Okay. Okay. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Hello, Sean Marie. Hello. It was a vibe. Good morning. Okay. Hello, Krista. The song? I don't know what it's called. Good morning. Alex and I are here. Hi, Alex. Ooh, Miss Alex Cole. Hello, hello, hello. Apparently, Krista has a wonderful place. Alex, I know there's some people here that are going to be jealous. Hi. Oh, so sweet. Love this. Hello, my love. Good morning, Diane. Ooh, we've been eating your bread. We're like almost halfway through the loaf. I didn't like bake the whole thing at once. I just been cutting slices and just eating them just like that. Or for hubby this morning, toasting them with some coconut oil and honey. Good morning. Yes. Oh, yes. I love bread. I had a bread maker a long time ago, and I'd make like a loaf. I would eat it in a day. Good morning. Love your message. What's your body count if it doesn't matter? I don't know, because it doesn't matter. Like, I didn't count people like things. I didn't bother keeping tabs on how many people, because it was never the number that I was going for. It was the experience. So do you want to ask me how many bodybuilders I had? Do you want to ask me how many millionaires I had? Do you want to ask me how many older men I had? Do you want to ask me how many females I've been with? Like, it's weird, you know? It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant because it's super shallow, isn't it? Like, I'm so much more, but you're just thinking about my genitalia, right? Like, what did your genitalia do before you met me? That's such a shallow question. It's a very irrelevant question. And irrelevant people will ask that question because irrelevant people are shallow. We don't give relevance to shallow people. We remove them by blocking and deleting them because we have no interest. We are more intelligent than that. Hi, good morning. Katie Cat, thank you, hello. Yes, no, you guys think this is funny? That's okay. because we don't suffer you, right? We don't care what you think. We really don't. Our job is to identify you and deal with you appropriately. So when you start talking, we're listening. And when what you're talking about is shallow, 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 we go, no, he doesn't have enough depth for me. He's too shallow. I'm going to block him, not deal with him again. There's no reason to talk to somebody so shallow. So I'm going to send him off. Hey, been doing some thinking, not for me. Good luck on your journeys. And then block him. You can laugh all you want, because your indifference to what a woman wants is your problem, not ours. Not ours. We'll find what we want. It's just not you. So we deal with you appropriately. We block you. Define the depths? Of course. So when you're asking, what's your body count? That has nothing to do with anything above the belly button. What we look for is our match. Do you see all of these aspects? These are all above the belly button. So you're too shallow to consider somebody above the belly button. So we remove you because we're not, I didn't write shallow, right? So you're too shallow. That means you're not for us because you don't match what we want. So we let you go. No harm, no foul. It's a bye-bye. That's it. Not for me. Good luck on your journeys. Block. Just like that. It's not complicated for us. We just move on. Good morning. Hello, Gio. Hello, Bingo. DL for down low, yes. Right? For the down low. Oh, ladies, look at this guy here. He says yapping. He says yapping because he wants me to be embarrassed when I teach you how to get rid of losers. He says yapping because he wants me to feel insecure about teaching women how to get rid of losers, right? Because what I teach you, your dating strategy, is let the best man win, right? That means you let them run the race. No kissing for 3 months, no kissing, no sex, no sleepovers, no exclusivity, minimum 3 months. You watch them and you see if they're capable of running the race. Now, is this a guy, a selfish short-term thinker, or is this a man, a generous long-term thinker? You've got to watch them for a little while to figure it out. So body count doesn't matter. How many people you did in the past has zero interference with who you're going to pick for a long-term relationship. But if you pick a selfish short-term thinker, you're not going to have one of these. So you just need to do observation and then deal with them appropriately. When you see they're not what you want, you just go block and delete. Body count never matters. It's who you are that matters. Now, these losers don't want you to examine who they are because you'll see what they're missing. That's why they say body count matters, so that you don't examine the person in front of you. You examine who you did before them, because they want you to ignore who they are and focus on who you did, as though you should be ashamed of yourself, right? Now, only a loser wants you to feel ashamed of the consensual acts you did before you knew this loser existed. So if he's trying to shame you, in other words, if he's asking what's your body count because he wants to shame you, you don't answer the question. You just block and delete instantly. That's how you deal with them. You just remove them. We don't give losers an ounce of our attention once we realize it's one of these guys. It's one of those selfish short-term thinkers who's here to gaslight, right? Don't examine who I am. Don't notice how shallow I am. Don't notice I'm not what you want. Don't delete me for being shallow, insecure, controlling, PP obsessed. Don't delete me for that. We have to examine who you did before you met me. That's called misdirection. Look at these gaslighters, right, ladies? I teach you to pick the right person. I teach you to pick somebody with depth. And the shallow gaslighter in my comment section is trying to tell you you shouldn't be listening to me. You shouldn't pay attention to the woman who teaches you how to never be abused again. You shouldn't pay attention to the woman who teaches you how to pick a responsible man again. You shouldn't listen to the woman who teaches you to pick somebody who loves you more than dysfunction. This guy's asking what's your body count because he loves dysfunction more than women. He wants to be stuck in his imagination, think about those boys more than he thinks about you. So if you're done with losers that are dysfunctional and don't take accountability for their own thoughts, emotions, and behaviors, go ahead and answer the question when he asks you what's your body count, because you're going to get one of those. Because if you are reading their comments, if you're watching what they say, 100% of the ones who say body count matters are liars. 100% of them make up stories in their head and give themselves emotions. 100% of them are stuck in their imagination. 100% of them are going to think more about who you did than they think about you and make your life miserable. I can't stop thinking about what you did before me. They're going to make you pay for their imagination and emotions that they don't take responsibility for. So if you want somebody who doesn't take accountability for themselves and are going to blame you for all of their thoughts and feelings, make sure you answer the question, what's your body count? You wonder if this woman has a man? Yes. If you want what I have, a long-lasting, happy, functional, close, intimate, affectionate relationship, you need a man, not a guy. Hey ladies, these losers that are in here, hey losers, I'm talking to you losers. What do you have to offer a woman? What do you bring to the table? You catch a fish, you ask the fisherman, hey DL, I'm going to ask you a question. Say yes. Say yes so that I know that you and I are talking. Okay, DL, say yes. I'm going to ask you a question. So DL, when a fisherman goes to a lake or an ocean or a river to catch a fish, does he examine what the fish is eating to make a lure that's going to catch the fish, DL? Is that how the fisherman caught the fish, by examining what the fish was eating and then making a lure to imitate that? How come none of these boys are telling us what they bring to the table? I'm asking you boys, what do you bring to the table? What do you offer a woman?
Oh, hi.
Well, maybe we can
We're
double
on.
click.
Hi.
Hi, guys.
Hello.
I saw the words about STDs and I immediately hit request because I have to every time. It's so silly for anyone to ever think that body count or anything anyone tells you will tell you if someone is safe to have sex with. It will not. You have to get a fresh test with every new partner you have, you both need to get a fresh test. And it needs to be within 14 days to 7 days if you want to be super safe. So anyway, as soon as I see that, I have to hit request. But I hope you're having a good morning, Chantal.
Good morning, Chantal. It's
Yeah.
Krista.
Hello, Krista.
Hey.
You guys having fun?
Yeah, we're having our morning coffee and looking for whales and listening to you and laughing at all these bops.
Yeah.
What could be
The
better?
VOPs, they're so boring, oppressive, and pee-pee obsessed.
Yes, they are.
Yes, they are. And oh my God, they're really on a roll this morning.
Well, I mean, every day, right? With the
Yeah, no.
disinformation, you see the guys saying the higher the body count, the higher the risk of STDs. That's not true because corn stars certainly disprove that by practicing safe sex and having a high body count.
Exactly.
So these guys come here with all of their disinformation. He goes, statistically, it is. I'm going to block and delete them because what we're doing is attempting to spread disinformation in an attempt to reduce women's choices. Now, what we bring here is the truth. And every single one of these guys doesn't like that I bring the truth. DL hasn't answered the question yet about whether a fisherman examines the fish to see what the fish is eating to make a lure that catches the fish. He didn't want to answer that because he was very, very busy with disinformation, saying a fisherman asked the fisherman how to fish. Well, how did the fisherman learn how to fish, right? But of course, he's not going to answer that question because it is an intelligent question, and a stupid brain can't answer that.
They always revert to ad hominem attacks that don't even make sense. Like one of them was saying, oh, you're crying because your dating pool has been reduced. Sweetheart, I wish my dating pool was reduced. I really do. It would make it so much easier to try to find someone that's good. But instead, I'm in this ocean of penises and I can't find my way out. And most of them are not great. So, and your whole dating method has been great for that because I've been able to count people out by the first or second date. But
point out how this Luke person is a super spreader because those people who say the lower the body count, the less the risk. Those people don't ask for testing. They ask you what your body count is and then tell themselves the number you said means you have a lower risk of having an STD. So they're not going to ask anybody for testing. They're going to ask for a number and then take that and convince themselves they're going to be just fine. And they pick up an STD, but of course, usually indetectable in males, and they're going to go spread it to other people because they don't ask for testing.
Exactly. Males generally don't have symptoms, so they can be super spreaders way easier. Women generally have symptoms. And if you test within 7 days, you can avoid any bacterial infections. And if you test within 14 days, you can avoid any like bloodborne pathogens. So there's really, you could sleep with one person and ruin your life forever if you're not getting proper testing. But you can sleep with 1,000 people, and if you're all properly tested, you will never get sick. That's just how it works. It's science. It's not about emotions. And people that are saying that it's statistically more probable the more partners you have are not using logic, and they don't understand what statistics actually are. Like it doesn't actually work that way when you look at the data. And you always bring up armpit CH. Like, go ahead and Google that because those people don't have a ton of partners.
Armpit chlamydia, right? People coming from a religious culture that says God is examining the vajayjay. You're not supposed to put anything in the vajayjay. Well, they put the thing in other places, right? The Christians put it in the bum. The Mormons put it in the armpit.
You can also listen to The Loophole by Garfunkel and Oates about the old loophole with the butt. But it's just silly. It just really is silly because I think they're having a hard time too with the dating pool aspect, seeing it from a different person's perspective because of course they want their dating pool to be larger because they haven't found anyone and they're having a hard time and they're generally unpleasant. So they don't have a ton of people that are giving them time. But I can't even, I have a hard time sifting through the people that want to spend time with me to the point that I'm not even interested anymore. Like I'm perfectly happy being by myself, and it would take someone making me happier to make me want to actually spend time with them. So it just doesn't. It's projection, and it's kind of sad because it tells me that they're really lonely, but they're not lonely enough.
That's true. Yeah.
Hi,
And
Diane.
I just want to say that you are the most dangerous type of woman out there, which is indifferent.
That's why I get so many death threats.
That's
Oh,
good on you, so maybe you got to get tougher, Alex.
oh yeah, it's okay. It's free entertainment at this point. Like, there's nothing anyone can say that can actually upset me. Because why would I care about their opinion, to be honest? I don't know them. And they're honestly just proving your point by coming in here and being aggressive over women that they supposedly don't want, not wanting them.
Yeah. And again,
Hi, Diane.
opinion based on disinformation that they choose to believe. And so us women are too smart to listen to boys with opinions. We are smart enough to pay attention to facts and science.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I've learned through your lives and everything that I've been almost infantilizing men by giving them so many chances and excuses and pretending they don't understand how to behave socially. Like, so now that I'm treating them like adult people and my peers, it's much easier to like sift through the people I was wasting time on before.
This guy says it's pretty sad when guys try to explain why body count matters and all guys get in return is insults. That's because we don't care what guys think, because guys don't think properly. We want men that are mature, men that are factual, not guys spewing disinformation, hoping we believe their lies and bullshit. No, we don't believe your lies and bullshit. So when you try to explain why body count matters, your bullshit is not our responsibility because you are controlling, insecure, stuck in the past, PP
obsessed.
Definitely not what we want. So when you try to explain, all you're telling us is you are not what we want. You're telling us you're stuck in your head, stuck in your imagination, stuck in your delusions, stuck in your disinformation. You have zero desire to listen to actual facts and science, which is why you are a block and delete, because you're not smart enough for us.
Exactly. And I can't try to explain to people why STD testing is more important than just trust me, bro. Like, I can't spend time on that because even teenagers get that. Like, I don't know how to handle an adult man who doesn't, or adult guy who doesn't know how that works.
And then this person says, I'm not a man. I want to talk and learn. You're a female? You're a female who thinks body count matters. Do you know what that says? You believe you have zero inherent value. Your value is only assigned to you by a male who's going to ask you what you did with your vajayjay and then tell you what your value is based on the activity of your vajayjay. So you have no desire to be seen as a whole human being with character and personality. No. You've fallen into the trap of believing a male gives you your value based on your vajayjay. So you're not for us either because we are women. We are women who know our value, and it's not assigned to us from a male. It's assigned to us from us. We look in the mirror and we know exactly what we're looking at. I see the value in myself by examining my character, my personality, my integrity. But you don't. Your value is in your vajayjay only.
It's so sad. I wish internalized misogyny wasn't such a prevalent thing.
I'm bringing this person in who just said that.
Oh, hi, buddy.
There you go. Hi.
Hello.
First thing, Nick, how old are you?
Man, weird.
This
How old
one's
are you, Nick?
They're a female.
I'm 20. I'm 20.
So another
You're
person
20.
hiding behind a female identity in an attempt to speak to women. Isn't that funny? So you showed us that you're a liar, right? By saying I'm not a man?
No, I didn't say I'm not a man. I said I'm not man. I responded to something. I forgot now.
You're
Wait,
not
hold
a
on.
man?
I am a man.
I want to talk. You're not man?
Okay,
What are you?
okay.
So what are you?
This girl-
I'm
Okay,
confused.
let me finish. Let
I'm
me speak.
confused. What are you?
Okay, I'm gonna answer. So, Nikki told me you seem offended by body counts, and I responded, I am not, man. I just want to talk and learn.
Okay.
I
All right.
didn't say I'm not a man.
Okay.
The chat works normally. A lot of people use shorthand. So there wasn't a comma between not and man.
Yeah, I didn't come on here to be aggressive.
Do you have a question for us?
Okay. Can I tell you a story about a good friend of mine?
No, because I have stories too.
Okay, okay, okay.
Are not relevant for you.
But this is a
No,
man
no, no,
with
no.
a high
Listen
body
to
count.
me. You asked and I'm answering. No, we're not interested in a story about your friend because your stories are not the reason why the rest of the world should have autonomy or not have autonomy. Your story is irrelevant. I have plenty of stories. I have wonderful stories. I'm going to write books about my stories. Your stories are not relevant for the discussion because you, the individual, don't have a right to try to take autonomy from other individuals, and your story will not be a good enough reason to remove autonomy from individuals. So let me put it this way, Nick. If you tell me a story about how you don't like spinach and you feel spinach is really gross and you never want to eat spinach, does that mean the rest of us should stop eating spinach, Nick? Yes or no?
Okay. All right. No.
I asked a question. What is it? Yes or no?
I said no.
Right. So your story is irrelevant. Okay?
All right.
Okay. Do you have a question for us?
Okay. I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
I want you to explain to me, don't you think like a high body count can affect the trust someone has for their partner?
Why? I have a high body count. Why would you not trust me?
Because as a man, I look for women with a lower body counts because the higher body count ones are more likely to not be loyal.
So do you know how many low body count people have cheated on their partner because they were so desperate for validation? They have a low body count because they were so rejected that the moment they get into a relationship, they're like, thank God somebody wants me, but they're so rejected and still seeking validation that even if they're in a relationship, the moment somebody else wants them, they go, I'm going to cheat to get more validation because I was so rejected. Do you know how many people cheated on their partners because they have a low body count, meaning they didn't have a lot of experiences, and they're with somebody and they say, you know what, I don't want to just do this one person for the rest of my life who's doing these few things with me. There's other people with more imagination. I've got imagination too. And I want to do things those other people do that my current partner won't do. So they go do those other things with other people and cheat on their current partner. And that's a low body count person. Did you know about that?
I mean, no, but I feel
No, but that's true, isn't it?
no, but I
Isn't it?
feel
No,
like
I'm asking you something. Don't go off. Isn't it true that some people with a low body count will cheat on their partner because they're still seeking validation, and some people with a low body count will cheat on their partner because they're still seeking other experiences? Isn't that true, Nick?
sorry, I was muted. A minority, yes, that is true.
Exactly.
For a
Exactly.
minority,
But you want to make up that the majority of people with a high body count are likely to cheat? Where's the statistic in the scientific data, Nick? What's the title of the peer-reviewed study?
I didn't come on here with
You
studies.
know, you don't have a peer-reviewed study that you've read, Nick. You went to
All
a
right.
no, don't interrupt me. You
Okay.
went to a podcast, bro. You got on your knees and took his big creamy load, and then you came over here and tried to yap it over here as though we should believe their lies because you believe their lies. You haven't read a single study, but you want to try to tell me people with a high body count are likely to cheat? That's bullshit. That's disinformation. That's lies and fear mongering, Nick. We don't accept that here. We accept facts and science only. But your lies and bullshit that you choose to believe because it makes you feel better about yourself, that's the reason why we get rid of you, because we're too smart to listen to liars.
The thing is, the problem isn't their body count. The problem is your insecurity. That's the problem. And you're projecting your insecurities onto people.
How am I being insecure?
at it yourself that there's a fear that the person will cheat based on a number. Do you have like a chart? Did you chart out like ages and at what age people are allowed to have a certain number before you get insecure about it? Like, what the fuck is that about?
I'll go find research and come back.
Yes, title of the peer-reviewed study, website is on, page number and paragraph number. Okay, Nick?
All right, kick me out because I don't know how to leave.
Can I say real quick that I have a very high body count, I assume, because I stopped counting in my 20s. And I have never cheated on anyone, but I have been cheated on by men with high body counts and with low body counts. I've had men who make a lot of money and men who make very little money treat me poorly and treat me well. Like, human beings are multifaceted. You can't make these black and white rules. Oh, well, if they have a high body count, that means these things. Because it doesn't. People have so many different aspects to themselves, and you're just reducing it because you're scared that a woman might have a comparison point and realize that she would rather be with someone else.
Someone better, right?
Yeah,
Someone better. And that's what you're telling yourself. These people that are here saying body count definitely matters, they say that because they know they're worse. When they think of other males, they tell themselves, I have a smaller pee-pee, I'm not good at listening, so I'm a worse lover, I'm lazy and I'm selfish and irresponsible. I'm the worst selection she can make, but if she has comparison points, she's going to know. But if she has no comparison points, she's easy to manipulate. I make people feel bad. You should feel bad about your immaturity. You should feel bad about your insecurity. You should feel bad that you don't examine women above the belly button, but you make them just about their vajayjay and nothing but their vajayjay. You should feel bad for being that way. You should want to become more mature and confident. You should feel bad for using women when in fact you like boys, but your culture and your religion said you're a boy, you're not allowed to like boys. So you have to pick a woman. So you pick women, but you keep shoving her aside and go, tell me about the boys. Tell me about the boys in your past. Tell me about the boys in your friend circle. Tell me about the boys in your workplace. Tell me about the boys at that event you went to. Did you talk to the boys at that event? Was somebody talking to you? Let me see your phone, because he wants to be the one who lays for the boys. So controlling, insecure, stuck in the past, PP obsessed, don't pick them. You will suffer.
Said you make people feel bad too or whatever. Listen, you're shaming women for having sex, right? For having bodily autonomy and enjoying sex. We're shaming you for shaming the women. It's not the same thing. You're trying to repress women. You're trying to judge them. You're trying to tell them that they can't have sex before they met you because you're so fucking special, right? It's not the same thing.
They act like it's a criminal offense.
Not special. They're not special.
And they act like it's actually like a criminal thing. Like they compare it to crime. They're like, take accountability for your actions. And I'm like, exploring myself with other people that were consenting and had fun with that. Like, what's wrong about that? We were tested. We were safe. If I didn't like something, I got to say so. If they didn't like something, they got to say so. I had fantastic experiences and I'm still having them. And I'm not hurting anyone. I've never cheated on anyone. I've never abused anyone. You know, I'm a great partner, honestly. And I've had exes tell me that. And, you know, I deserve a great partner too. And I'm not going to settle for anybody that's going to shame me for the life that I've very much enjoyed.
Yeah.
Nate is a -1. He said body count for women absolutely matters. The higher it is, the lower their worth.
Oh. So ladies, I want you to understand that males who say that are telling you that they are worth less than 0. They're a -1, right? A male that says the more females, the more males a female has been with, the more she loses value. What they're saying is, my belief is males have a less than 0 value, because 1 plus 0, if I was 1 out of 10, no value lost. If I'm a 1 out of 10 and he's a -1, now he reduces my value. So whenever a male says, the more people you've been with, the more your value is reduced, that male is saying he's a less than zero male. He looks at himself, a male who's less than zero. He's worthless, right? Because it takes a worthless male to reduce your value. Now, if he wasn't thinking he's a worthless male, he wouldn't be saying the more males you've been with, the more a woman loses value, because he's saying, I'm a worthy male. I'm a valuable male. So he doesn't think males reduce women's values. Only super insecure males who feel worthless will say that, because a worthless male calls other males worthless because he can't conceive of worthy males, because he's not asking who you slept with, the value of the male you slept with, right? So for him, all males reduce a woman's value, and he's a male, so he's worth less than zero in order to reduce your value. Everybody watch for the block and delete. Block, delete the little screamers having tantrums. Now, do you know what else these males know about themselves, ladies? They know they don't count, right? They know that two people having sex is supposed to be two big O's, but these males take, they don't give, meaning they play by themselves because they're selfish and they're lazy. They don't count. So don't forget, ladies, we only count the ones who participate, not the ones who play by themselves. But these males know they play by themselves. They use your body to play by themselves. They don't count because they don't care about your pleasure, right? They say body count matters because they don't care about your pleasure. If you've been with males that were good lovers, you know what a shitty lover this one is, right? And then in comparison, you go, oh, is he big or is he small? I don't know. This is the only one I've ever had. Is he big? Is he small? Is he good? Is he selfish? Is he attentive? Is he indifferent to my pleasure? I don't know. Let's compare him to another one. Oh, shoot. He's quite small in comparison. He's quite worse in comparison. How about another one? Is he big or is he small? Oh, wow. He's really small in comparison. So the more opportunities you have to be experienced and knowledgeable in comparison to this one, you're going to see this one is not worth it because he doesn't listen as well as the other one. He's not as attentive as the other one. He's not as good of a lover as the other one. This other one was harder working. This one's lazy, right? So they don't like comparison points because with comparison points, you are more educated. And a woman's education is the most dangerous thing to a toxic male, right? He goes passed around because these toxic males think women are things. Again, they don't consider you above the belly button. All they want to know is what your vajayjay did because you're just a thing. You're not a person. They don't ask if you have personality, right? They don't ask what your personality is. They ask what your body count is because they're not there to find out who you are. They're there to find out if you're controllable. Because the question, what's your body count? Let's examine that question, okay? What are they actually asking? What's your body count? They're asking because they have a number in their head. They made up a rule for you to follow. This number in my head, you're not allowed to exceed this number in my head. So they made up a rule for you in their head, and they want to find out if you followed the rule they made up for you before you met them. Now, if you're not getting into a relationship to be controlled, you instantly block and delete the person who's asking what your body count is. There you go. He says your worth becomes less when you have more experience, ladies. Did you see that? Your worth becomes less when you have more experiences, says this guy here. Because to him, the more experiences you have, the more knowledgeable you are. The more knowledgeable you are, the less you're worth to him, because he wants a woman who's naive, uninformed, and uneducated. That for him is a valuable female, because he can control her and he can gaslight her and convince her that the subpar behaviors he's displaying is everything she wants and needs, because she doesn't know better. So somebody who wants you to have a low body count is somebody who doesn't want you to know better than to pick a loser, right? So ladies, if you don't want a loser, instantly block and delete the person who asks you what your body count is. Don't answer the question, just block and delete.
Telling that they don't want you to have comparison points. And you can see this with like people who want to like lower the age of like marriage consent and stuff like that. It's like they just want, and they'll say it out loud, they want women with no experience and no comparison points so that they don't think about better options and better situations. And the less dating experience you have and the less experience with SMEX that you have, the more you accept as like, oh, this is normal, I guess. But the more experience you have, the more you realize that there's so much better stuff out there. Like the second person I ever had SMEX with was one of the best people I ever had SMEX with. And it was a one-night stand and it was perfect. And we went for 6 hours. And after that, I was like, oh my God, there's people who will love my body as it is and not demand that I'm completely shaved everywhere, and not demand that we only have SMEX like once a month because they don't want to have that much with it. Like there's so much that you figure out when you just have experiences and you just go and you explore different people and different things. There's a lot of things I never would have thought I was into that I'm very into, and I got to learn that with people who respected me.
But we all know that losers are very afraid of educated and informed women. The most dangerous thing to a loser is an educated and informed woman, because she knows better.
And a woman who doesn't need any of their support financially, emotionally, or otherwise. I have had guys get very insecure that I made more money than them, or that I had way more experience than them. Or I even, with my last ex that was super shitty, I had him get insecure over the race of the person I was having SMEX with. And that came out, and I was like, oh God, get away from me. So it's when you let them talk and you figure out what the internal dialogue is, it can be really, really upsetting and really surprising. So, you know, that's why I love your method, that you let them talk for a good solid 3 months at least.
Yes. So that's a really great point here. They want to make it about body count, saying body count matters. Do you know what matters more than body count? Observation before selection. Observation before selection means you get rid of losers. Observation before selection means you get rid of the people who aren't what you want. Observation before selection means you get rid of abusive people because you see their tendencies before you commit, before you kiss, before you get attached. Meaning you are empowered to block and delete them because they're not for you. They would be disastrous. In fact, they would reduce your ambitions because they would distract you with their dysfunction and false accusations and their egos and their insecurities. They would constantly pick fights with you because they want you below them instead of being successful and informed and happy. Ladies, how many of you broke up with somebody who wanted to know your body count? How many of you have broken up with people who asked what your body count was? How many of you have broken up, dumped those people because you come to realize that they're toxic and they're abusive? How many of you have dumped people who thought body count matters? Yeah, Carla, Krista.
I can't even put my hand up because I've never dated anyone who asked about body count. I've never been asked my body count. It's kind of crazy. When I found your live originally, I was like, people care about that? And it's just been fascinating to see the guys in here that get so upset, because I've never met any of you in real life that have had the balls to tell me that you thought like this. And it's crazy, the audacity in here. But no, I've never even dated anyone who asked about body count. I've never really been interested in anyone that immature.
Good. And that's what I'm busy teaching women to do, is to be uninterested in people like that. Kaylin, you, Kitty Cat, you, yeah.
You're doing a public service, to be completely honest. And you give so many reminders that, like, even though I've never dated anyone that has cared about my body count, I've definitely dated people that I shouldn't have. And the reminders you give are extremely helpful.
Good. Shaming doesn't help anything. Shaming what, Astral? When people are ashamed, they feel pressured to lie and hide. Here's the thing. Shaming is the result of you empowering the other person. If I don't empower somebody attempting to shame me, there's no way they can shame me. So when you say to yourself, body count doesn't matter, and I will instantly block and delete anybody who asks me that question, you are assuring yourself you will not be shamed by a dysfunctional person attempting to make you feel ashamed of your past. These guys come here going, yapping again. Here you go again, at it again, because they want to shame me into not showing you the book that I wrote that will keep you from being abused by your next selection for a long-term relationship. They cannot shame me because I don't give them any validity. None at all, none whatsoever. They are nothing to me. They're nothing but an ant that I squish because it's annoying. It's crawling on me. Get off, ant. Squish. I squish the ant. So they can't shame me because they don't mean anything to me, because before anybody means anything to me, I do observation before giving them any meaning. So observation means I stay detached. And I say, okay, show me who you are first. Let me see what rolls out. When I see dysfunction, disrespect, insecurity wrapped up in control tactics, I go block and delete. Finished, done. No more of my time or attention. I give them the void, which is the removal of my time and attention. Right? The void, ladies, that's the block and delete. You've removed yourself completely. They have none of your time or attention, only a void. Now, if they get the void often enough, they might start saying to themselves, I would like some female attention, but I keep getting blocked. I need to fix the problem that I'm creating for myself. So let's let them take responsibility for their own thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. When they start seeing that their behaviors gets them blocked, they might start addressing their thoughts and emotions themselves, get the therapy that they need. And look at this David guy. The problem, find better females. Yes, move on, David. Move on. Leave us alone. We're not interested in your presence whatsoever. We reject you. So move on.
Says, explain why you think multiple partners is okay and good for women. It's not bad for them. Why do you bother yourself with how many people another human being has had sex with? It's weird. Worry about yourself.
I'm going to tell them why it's beneficial and good for women. So first of all, sex creates chemicals like oxytocin, dopamine, serotonin. Those are wonderful chemicals in your body. So yes, sex is a wonderful medication for the stress of the world. It reduces it and makes you feel good. So there's the physical benefit of it. The mental benefit is the experiences we gain. That way we find really good lovers, because with the experiences we gain, we figure out what we like, what we don't like, what we want to keep doing. So those experiences make us more informed about our bodies and sexuality. So it's good for our confidence. It's good for our knowledge of ourselves. And when we meet the man we want to commit to, we can teach him what our body likes and how to be the lover we need. But that's not what you want. You don't want women who are confident and experienced, because you can't handle that, because your ego is too delicate. You're weak. When a woman is confident and experienced, you're too weak to handle it. Look at their words, ladies. Look at what they say. Look at the disrespect. Why? Because he's one of these. This is not a man who takes responsibility for his thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. This is a guy who disrespects you because he can't handle your confidence. He can't handle your experiences. He can't handle that you will communicate what your body likes. He can't handle that because he doesn't like you. He doesn't want you to feel pleasure. He wants you to be ashamed of the pleasure you had before him. Because if you were ashamed of yourself, you won't teach him how to touch your body. How dare you teach me how to touch your body? That's disgusting. I don't like it when a woman likes sex. In fact, he doesn't like women. He wants you to suffer. So get rid of the male who wants you to suffer. He says confidence doesn't mean sleep around, as though he made up rules for you to follow. I don't want to meet you when you feel confident and informed about yourself. I made up a rule for you to follow. You're not allowed to get those experiences because he thinks he controlled you, right, ladies? Did you write controlling on your list? No? Well, then you better block and delete that controlling loser. So this guy likes to do pastrami sandwiches because women say no and it's become an objectophile, right, ladies? So we get these guys with these weird kinks. They sexualize sandwiches. They sexualize vehicles. They sexualize bicycles. They sexualize a glass of water because people said no. So they turn to things, and now things turn them on. So when they're talking about women having sex, they automatically think about the things they put their dong in because that's what they're reduced to because people say no.
I doubt you've ever actually seen a woman's private parts, okay? Like, you clearly don't understand how the female body works. You probably don't even understand how a man's body works.
Well, I mean, Diane, when an incel listens to other incels and learns from other incels, do you think they learn how women's bodies work? None of them are touching women's bodies. And they're getting their information from boys who don't touch women's bodies because they're pee-pee obsessed. I mean, do you think those boys are so muscular for the women? It's for the male gaze.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I don't know why you're saying you love girls. I don't know why you're looking for girls. It's kind of weird.
Borrow time. Look at this guy. He keeps thinking he makes up rules for us to follow. Ladies, are you reading these comments? Are you noting the delusion in these males? He thinks he's going to tell us what our value is as though he's got anything smart to say to us intelligent women. He doesn't tell us what our value is. We know what our value is. And that's why we block and delete males like that, because they're abusive. They're abusive. They just want you below their heel. They want you controllable. They don't want you happy. That would make them miserable.
Who isn't going to tell us anything anymore? At least not today.
Yeah. Zach, hi.
Howdy, howdy. How are you?
Good.
This will be quick. I came up here like a week ago, and like I was telling you, like the first time I saw your panel, like I was like super pissed off and stuff like that, right? Because I got defensive X, Y, and Z. But I actually read Fix That Shit. I don't align with all of it, but the two things I found super helpful so far was the like taking accountability instead of blame, and kind of like the pausing before reacting. So I've been doing like cause I'm a super angry guy all the time for no reason, right? So I've been doing like box breathing almost.
Yes. Good.
Like kind of irritates me, but yeah, I don't know. I just wanted to
Is this
say that.
one? Did you write Fix That Shit from read Fix That Shit for Men?
Yeah, that's the one I have. But the one that I bought, it was just like an ebook, and there's no I in the last word.
There's
Trench.
What? There's no what?
There's no I. It's like shit. It's SHT.
Oh, the ebook?
Finch. The ebook, yeah.
Okay. Um,
But
so curious. Keep going. Keep going. I don't want to interrupt you.
no. That was really it. I was like, I'm not an op here or anything like that. But I just wanted to let you know that, like, you know, when I came across, I was super defensive, and I kind of like looked inwards and was like, why am I defensive? And it's because I'm not doing everything right. So, but that's it. I appreciate you.
I have some curiosity. You said there's a couple things that you didn't agree with. I'm wondering what they were.
Yeah. What was one of the bigger ones? It was So it was about like a lot of relationship problems that are going to be coming from either like a childhood or like a past trauma or something like that, and like healing that is crucial. And I agree that it is crucial, but it's not always attainable. If that makes sense. I'm not saying I won't try. You know what I mean? But there's a lot of times where that's not going to be really easy to get.
I agree. I agree. And that's why I break it down. We need to take control of our thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. And something that I say is thoughts will happen, emotions will happen, but behaviors are choices.
I
Yeah.
gotta jump in because I disagree. Because I do energy healing work, Zach. I could actually help you heal that. Because when you said I'm always angry for no reason, I was gonna say there is a reason, right? Your anger is suppressed inside. You're angry about something and it's suppressed and it bubbles up and it pops out. Not angry for no reason. Maybe something that's not a reason is triggering the anger. But if you actually want help releasing it, like helping yourself heal that, I do live Sunday through Thursday starting at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. You're more than welcome to come and I'll help you release all of that. That's what I do.
Yeah, I'm interested. Yeah, when I said no reason, that was just kind of like just a quick way of saying it. Obviously, I meant like no reason at the present. Like nothing's happening right now.
Yeah, you're getting triggered for no
Exactly.
reason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So no, I'm aware of that for sure. So, but you know, we're working on it.
So, Zach, I understand that because I do have anger issues. And to the point where I put my fist through a window. Um, Forget anger issues, like rage issues. And this is something that was kind of passed down genetically, I truly believe, from the matriarchal line in my family. My mom was very abused. My mom was very abusive. When you're a child and these things are happening, is like you have a basic understanding when you're born of how things are supposed to go. Like you know to reach for the mom's boob to get your food. There's certain things you just know automatically, and one of the things that you just know is the people who made you are the people who are supposed to protect you. And so when the people that you understand fundamentally should be your protectors are the people who hurt you, your child brain understands that's wrong, and it says that's not fair. It's very confused, it's very hurt. And as you grow up, anger is a byproduct of hurt. And so as you become older, you become angry at the unfairness. That's not fair. That's not fair. And it turns into this rage that as an adult you start to exercise on other people. And so I was abused, I was abusive, and I had to deal with all of that. And I had to deal with how quickly my anger could flare up. So I really did have to get on top of my own anger. I fought with my husband for 10 years because I was vomiting all this toxicity into the relationship. And I needed to deal with my toxicity, and I had to become functional. And my thoughts would happen, my emotions would happen, but I got control of my behaviors first, and it helped control my thoughts and emotions. So when we become really super aware of what we think, what we feel, but very much also what we're about to do, and you start putting into practice the stop gaps that I create with Fix That Shit, which is like the pause and like asking yourself, what am I gonna do? This is in my head, this is in my feels, but what am I gonna do? It helps you pull back on the doing, because the doing reinforces the thoughts and feelings. So as long as you keep doing toxic behaviors, you keep reinforcing the toxic thoughts and feelings. But once you stop doing, it starts to reduce the toxicity because you're not amplifying it.
No, I agree with that. It's a lot to break down, you know,
Yes.
because I can fix someone else. You know what I mean? It's a lot easier to look from the outside, you know, but like looking in, it's tough. So, but I mean, you know, we're doing good, forward progress and all that stuff. So,
I
but
want you to give yourself grace to take the time to do it. Like, um, when I really started taking control of my behaviors, because this one is the male version of this, and this was me taking responsibility for all the toxicity that I was doing. Um, what was my point? Oh, so I was vomiting into my relationship for 10 years. I told myself it was going to take 5 years of me being on top of my behaviors, not vomiting anymore, despite my thoughts and feelings. I told myself it was going to take 5 years for me to regain my husband's trust, that I wasn't going to be that person anymore. So give yourself grace, give yourself time, and just do it day by day, moment by moment, choosing the right behaviors despite your thoughts and emotions.
I can do that probably. We'll find out.
Yeah.
But
Is there another thing that you disagreed about in here?
anything else? Well, it's not like not exactly like a disagreement. It's just like a hard to kind of wrap my mind around, and I also don't want to take too much of your time. So drop me whenever you want.
Listen, I'd rather talk to you than read more of these toxic comments. So that's fine. I think the conversation that you and I have would be helpful to other people as well.
Okay. Yeah, there was just the one other thing that kind of a little bit of a hard time wrapping my head around. It was basically around like emotional grounding and kind of like doing like activities like, you know, like journaling or things like that to kind of keep yourself in check. And the only weird thing that I was thinking about is it's almost like a paradox of sorts because you don't want to be a slave to your emotions, but if you're taking that amount of time to notice your emotions, you are still kind of let's live. I don't know. I don't know. It was hard for me to, I guess, grasp.
I understand what you're saying, because what you don't want to do is, again, the word amplify, right? Like I'm in, like, because I actually recently talked to somebody about this, about how journaling shouldn't be an amplification of your anger. It should be something that you use to break it down into logical bits that helps you deal with it better. Like, for example, you can be journaling. I'm feeling really angry right now. Why do I feel so angry? Right? That's when you ask a question in your journaling, it kind of helps you break through into deeper thoughts. Why am I so angry? And then you kind of pause with it for a moment and you see what comes to mind, and then you write the next thing. And the next thing might be because I haven't gotten enough sleep lately. You kind of realize that because you just started writing things out, and your thoughts, instead of being spaghetti strands inside of your head all mixed up and I don't know where one starts and where it ends, you start taking each individual strand and laying it out. I'm so angry. Why am I so angry? Maybe because I haven't slept well lately. Maybe because I need to do some meditation. I need to shrink that amygdala, the part of my brain that produces stress, fear, and anxiety. Maybe I started doing meditation and I started feeling better. And so I stopped doing meditation because I told myself I didn't need to today because I feel better today. That amygdala got big again. Why am I so angry? Well, I stopped meditating and now those emotions came back. Why am I so angry? Well, today was a shitty day. Today was a shitty day because traffic and bosses and my coworker didn't do their job, and now this project is failing. What am I going to do about that, right? That would be the next thing you could write. What am I going to do about that? I'm going to accept that I can't change what's already happened. I'm going to take 10 minutes to meditate to just release some stress, shrink my amygdala back down. So you can be functional with your journaling.
Okay, I can see that. Basically, it's like if I'm feeling better, don't stop. Because I've definitely found that in the past. I mean, meditating was a perfect example because I used to meditate every day, and I was like, "Oh, I feel great. I'm good." Yeah, so it's just about that repetition. But
Have you started back into meditation since reading this?
not yet.
Okay. I have a YouTube channel. I have meditation. I have a Let's Meditate playlist. I got lots of tracks on there. You probably tapped into binaural beats when you were meditating before.
I'm on my computer right now. What is it?
So on YouTube, type in Canada's Dating Coach. You're going to find my channel.
do. Got it.
And then go to the playlist tab and then go all the way down. You're going to see the Let's Meditate playlist.
Let's meditate. Learn how to meditate. Here it is.
There we go.
Jeez. Video.
Oh.
Jesus.
Yeah. Now, a quick and easy one, the 10-minute love at the beginning, quick and easy to get into. If you wanted to do some catching up, scroll down a little bit. So 10-minute love by Rich Pendlebury. You're going to scroll down if you want to catch up. There's a 45-minute reset and repair by Rich Pendlebury. This for people who've already meditated, but there's a gap. I get them to start with the 45-minute because it kind of gets you back into it. And then you pick it up again 20 minutes a day on average.
All right. Yeah. I mean, I can definitely do those two things. I appreciate you and I appreciate your time, honestly.
So come back, Zach. I love these conversations because I really appreciate it when people trust me enough to come for some step-by-step instructions and come to clarify stuff because I want to help.
All right. I'll come back and report my progress.
Please. Thank you. I appreciate
All
it.
right. Thanks.
All right.
Fuck no, man.
Yeah, fuck no. No. Bye.
Oh, look at Nathan thinks that if women have had sex before they met him, they must be easy. But you don't know, see, Nathan, this is the problem. You don't know how many opportunities she actually had.
Well,
Right.
much more than what we said yes to, guaranteed.
100%.
And they don't like that.
But if you had sex 5 times, Nathan, with all of the women, you had five invitations, 5 opportunities, and you took all of them, guess who's easy? You. Hi, Rin. Did you want to say something? Did you mean to be here, Rin? That sounds like a butt dial.
No? Rin? Hi. Okay.
You know when it just sounds like they're underwater? I think that it was a butt dial. Yeah.
About
The bread, if it starts getting like dry, you can just wet it. You can literally wet it in water and then bring it back to life. Okay, good. You notice how I scored it?
Oh, you know what? I didn't. Hold on. It's a swirly swirl.
It is.
So cute. It's very beautiful. Yeah. So I will get rid of that one, and I will also get rid of anybody who high-fived him. Yeah, he's done. Yeah, I know. Guys are so easy. And just remember, right? What they say to you is pure projection. They call you easy because they would say yes to any woman who would be willing, and they know they're that easy. But they accuse you of being easy as misdirection because they want you to ignore how easy they are.
I think they're mad and they call women easy because they've been rejected, right, Cameron? You got so rejected, and because women are choosing other men than you, they're easy, right?
They're so mad. Ladies, get rid of these mad, mad little boys. They're so dysfunctional and toxic. Yeah, the nice guys. Nice guys are not so nice, are they? Mm-hmm. It is extreme jealousy. Agreed. More than one and you're out? Good. Good. We don't want a shitty lover. We don't want an indifferent, selfish male. So good. Good. Hello, Joss. Welcome, my love. They're nice until you do something they don't like practice autonomy. We need more confident, powerful women in the world. I'm busy building the army. Who here has become more confident and powerful since you started following me and listening to me? Queen, that's right. Diane. Sean Marie, most definitely. Yes, indeed. Hi, Joss. Ellie Jane. Yes, Campaign. Tony. Love this. Love this. Alphonse. Katie Cat.
Red Skittle said, ignore that comment because you got double standards. I'd like you to point out the double standard that any of us have said here. That Chantal has said. Point out the double standard, please, right now.
Mikey. Oh, hello, Halima. Welcome, my love. Oh, Jess, I love you back. I love you back. Keep it up, ladies. Yeah, absolutely. I am the educator. I am the
Hi,
teacher.
Chantel.
I am here to keep it up. Hello, Doug. Hello.
I love your words of advice, Chantel. You really helping the women out here.
What words in particular do you like most?
Everything, really. It's just really beautiful. Really beautiful.
Do you feel I'm helping the men as well?
Of course, of course.
How am I
Like,
helping them?
nigga, you thought obese fuck.
There you go. Every single one, ladies. All you need to do to trigger a toxic male is have autonomy. That's all you need to trigger toxicity is say you never controlled me. You never will. Do you see how your power ensures you see their toxicity sooner rather than later? Do you see how your confidence has you seeing their toxicity sooner rather than later? This is why I'm so busy doing what I'm doing. I want you to be confident enough to practice my dating methodology, which is observation before selection. When you do observation before selection, the toxic males will show you their toxicity before you kiss, before you have sex, before you have them sleep over, encroaching in your home, before you give them exclusivity, meaning you will get rid of the right person because the wrong one showed up 5 days before the right one. So use my dating strategy. Make sure you grab no more assholes. This is a vetting process. You're not waiting 3 months to kiss. You're saying, show me who you are first, because under no condition will I kiss one of these. So they think I'm brainwashing you by teaching you observation before selection. Do you see the gaslighting? Don't you dare see who I am before I get access to your physical body. I say body count definitely matters, but how dare you eliminate me by doing observation before selection? How dare you get rid of me before I hop on your body and get what I wanted from you, while shaming you for doing what you wanted with your body before me? You better do what I want with your body, but how dare you do what you want with your body before I met you? Because these boys are hypocrites. They are toxic. They are abusive. They are controlling. They take no accountability for their thoughts, emotions, and behaviors, and they want you to take them on. They want you to give them what they want. Are you going to fall for that, ladies, or are you going to eliminate them?
Time they come onto the panel and they're disrespectful by interrupting off the bat, we clock you. We knew as soon as you opened your mouth that this is what it was going to be. You didn't do anything.
And well, no, they did do something, Diane. They sold a book. I
They
guarantee
didn't do what they thought they were doing.
they sold one of my books for sure. Because somebody here is watching, learning to let them talk before we let them kiss. And so we eliminate the wrong ones. I love this. Joss, eliminate. Block and delete, queen. As a man, I approve this message. Love this. Love this. Toxic males can't shake your confidence. Keep it up. That's right, Astro Queen.
To point out the double standard that you said there was here.
Lying, gaslighting.
Yeah, he's still prattling.
Angry emotions, no logic whatsoever, no facts at all, just want to gaslight and lie to women and hope women believe him. Block, delete, cleanse, remove. Emma, love this. My spidey senses. Cry harder. I knew he was pretending to be nice. Yeah.
Ario's a red pill guy. He says, sure, it's unfair, but if you want a rich man in shape that's smart, listening, this won't work. Ario, first of all, not all women want the same thing. And secondly, just because women have sex doesn't mean they don't deserve to have the partner they want, okay? You just don't like women.
I want everybody to look at Dare Bear. I'm going to show you that Dare Bear is a liar attempting to spread disinformation. And here's how we're going to find out the truth. Dare Bear has to now provide 4 pieces of information to prove he's not lying when he says a lot of bodies means you can't pair bond. So now he has to give me the title of the peer-reviewed study that talks about pair bonding and body count. He cannot say anything but providing the proof to show he's not lying. If he says anything but title of the peer review study, website is on, page number, paragraph number that has those words, I will block and delete him for lying, fear-mongering, and disinformation. Because the moment you come across somebody making a claim, you need to ask them to back it up with actual proof. And if they don't, that person was lying to you, hoping you would believe their lies and disinformation. Look at this, block and delete. So block, delete, cleanse, remove the liar. Don't believe what they say, because trust me bros are going to say, trust me bro, I'm everything you're looking for. I'm all the man you want. Go ahead and kiss me, have sex with me before 3 months. Go ahead, trust me bro. Commit to me. Give me everything I want from you. Trust me, bro. You won't regret it. I'm everything you want. Have you fallen for a trust me, bro before? Have you fallen for words instead of taking the time to find out who they actually are? You got to trust me, bro. And then you had to break up because they were lying, weren't they? They were lying about their integrity, lying about their honesty, lying about their loyalty, lying about their patience, lying about their work ethic, lying about their responsibility. You had to get rid of the trust me, bro. So ladies, get rid of the trust me, bro. The man is going to show you he's everything you're looking for, because consistently for 3 months, he's who he is. He's not faking anything. It's easy for him to be all of this because it's who he is. He's not faking it. A trust me, bro shows you this in the beginning, but it's not who he is. So when you give him 3 months to show you who he is, he falls apart. These projectors trying to convince you to not do observation before selection, these insecure projectors who want you to pick them before you've identified if this is a selfish short-term thinker or a generous long-term thinkers, these losers say, what do you mean 3 months? No kissing for 3 months? That's insane, right? Ladies, if he's offended, bothered that you're using a no kissing for 3 months dating methodology, instantly get rid of him, because he's offended because he knows you're going to reject him, because with observation, you're going to find out what he's missing. You're going to find out he's lazy, selfish, dishonest, and inconsistent. So you're going to dump him before it's even a relationship. You're going to dump him before he can touch you, before he can kiss you, before he can encroach and get you to reject the right person in favor of the loser right here. This is why they don't want you to be informed and educated, because informed and educated women get rid of losers at the first sign of their dysfunction. What do you mean the woman is a problem? There's no such thing as a woman that's a problem. Do you mean the girl that's the problem? You want to get rid of the girl so you can pick a woman? Get my dating book for men, The Perfect Play. Because I teach women to get rid of guys and pick the man. So are you the man? Are you a man? Then I've got a book for you. I'm going to help you pick a woman instead of a girl. No, women are not a problem. Girls are a problem. Just like men are not a problem. Guys are a problem. So selfish short-term thinkers, guys and girls, are not good for long-term relationships. So if you're trying to pick a selfish short-term thinker for a long-term relationship, you're creating your own problem. Look at this guy here, by the way. He wants to pick girls instead of women and then blame women for his selection, right? Ladies, did you notice how this loser picks girls instead of women and then complains that women suck because that loser is picking somebody who's not fully formed? That loser is picking somebody who's dysfunctional, but it's all the rest of your faults, ladies, that this loser picks losers. But that's not what I teach women. I teach women to take responsibility for their selection. I teach women to observe before selecting so that they're not selecting people that are controlling, insecure, stuck in the past, or PP obsessed. So you have no one but yourself to blame if you're picking problematic people, okay? My husband is an ideal man. My husband is a 12 out of 12. Ladies, chapter 37, the 12 character traits. Never pick somebody who's less than a 12 out of 12 because that will be a problematic selection. Look at this loser. He doesn't want you to have what I have. Long-lasting, functional, affectionate. He doesn't want you to make the right selection. He wants you to pick a mistake like him instead. Yeah, my husband's not interested in him, so I blocked and deleted him because he seemed a little bit too obsessed with my husband's private parts. Always so obsessed with my husband, right? Because these males come from a culture that says you're a boy, you're not allowed to like boys, so they have to closet their actual interest in males because their culture and religion said you have to pick a female. But they're very closeted in their actual interest, but it will show up in their obsession over other males. Yeah, Miyagi. It's because you're liars, right? Liars will show you they're liars. Liars lie, and it's in their language. A liar will speak from the chest as though he believes the story he made up in his head. Men want most men, all men. This liar never talked to all men, not even most men, but he's trying to convince you that he can speak for people he's never spoken to. So pay attention to the words they're using, and if they use lying language, get rid of them. You know why? Because you didn't write liar on your list of what you're looking for. So when you do the work in No More Assholes, you become much more aware of what you deserve. More aware of what you deserve means you get rid of what is not for you because it's not at your level. So when you date using my methodology, you're much more aware of yourself and the people in front of you. Toxic people don't want you to be self-aware. The more experiences you have, the more you know what you like and don't like, the more self-aware, because you're educated, you are. They don't want an educated woman. That's dangerous to a toxic male. Your education makes you more successful, more knowledgeable. You'll never pick a loser like this when you're more successful and knowledgeable. I love that Zach came back this morning. Why is it wrong for someone with a 0 body count to want someone on the same level? Because it's wrong for you to say, I demand you be as uneducated and uninformed as me. I demand you reduce yourself to my level for me to feel better. That's you not taking responsibility for your own thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. Instead of the behavior being you're going to get therapy for your thoughts and emotions over your control tactics because of your insecurity, instead of you taking responsibility for that, you demand women reduce themselves so you can automatically feel better without you doing the inner work to deal with your toxicity and insecurity. That's why it's wrong. You can have a 0 body count and not make it a stipulation that somebody be reduced in order for you to be okay. You can have a 0 body count and say, I'm going to be confident enough to be with an educated and informed woman. I'm going to be a good enough partner to listen when she tells me what to do with her body because she's informed enough to teach me what to do with her body. You don't like that. You want an uninformed, naive girl so that she doesn't understand that your 10-second seizure is not good enough. There's no such thing as a woman demanding a male have a 0 body count. It's only you insecure little schmoes. Hey, ladies that are here, if you've ever demanded that a man have a low body count, do a thumbs up that you demanded he have a 0 body count. If you've ever said to yourself, I need a man with a 0 body count, thumbs up. But if that's never been a stipulation, put a thumbs down. If you've never demanded a male be reduced before he met you to satisfy your ego, put a thumb down. Look at this. Look at this. So this male makes up stories in his head and believes his own delusion. How childish. Never. It's weird. Yeah. Most men have a low count. So what? We're not asking what their count is. It doesn't matter. What matters is who they are. What matters is who they are. It doesn't matter how many people they were with or not with. Billion in the worlds. Listen, if you want a different answer, go fetch your bias. Go fetch it. We don't care. Us individual people here are learning to not pick losers, period. And then they're turning to their friends and they're teaching their friends to not pick losers, period. Hello, thank you. Snow, good morning.
Never asked anyone. I've never been asked, and I've never kept track.
And this guy says if you have a past of consensual sexual history, he's going to suffer. Ladies, if he's going to suffer, do you think he's going to try to make you suffer? Just block him. If he asks what your body count is, I want you to understand this is somebody who's going to make you suffer their delusion, dysfunction, and insecurity. Yeah, just move on to the next, ladies. That's it. Block and delete this one because you saw the signs. Block, delete. He doesn't want me to inform you on how to remove losers. Ladies, if a male doesn't like me teaching you how to get rid of losers, do you think he's identified as the man, the selection, the generous long-term thinker, or do you think he identified as the guy, the selfish short-term thinker? So find out, ladies. Don't occupy their mouths with your kisses. Use my methodology. No kissing, no sex, no sleepovers, no exclusivity. Minimum 3 months. Find out what they're all about before you get involved. Look at this guy saying definitely single, right? Is that a projection on his part? Definitely not picked. Definitely blocked and deleted. Definitely removed from the running, from consideration, right? Because a woman who does observation before selection doesn't pick a loser. Wait till marriage, right? So what does it mean, wait till marriage? What this person is saying is he wants you to pay the ultimate price for a box you haven't opened. He wants you to pay the ultimate price of commitment and then find out what's in the box, right? Only to find out there's nothing really valuable in there. But he knows he's got nothing valuable in there. So he wants you to wait until marriage and then find out there's nothing valuable in the box, right? Because that's how he can take advantage of you, is you not being informed about what you're getting into before you get into it. So these boys are going to have to get themselves cats because they're not going to get females, because the females are going to reject them because they're going to see their toxicity and dysfunction. So the shelters are going to be empty because these boys need some companionship, something to eat half of their face off when they have a massive cardiac arrest in their kitchen and then end up dead on the floor. They need something to come eat half their face off because it's going to take a while for the EMTs to find them because they have to start stinking up the apartment complex because you don't get visitors because they're too toxic. Fizzle, fizzle. Nobody goes to see them. Fizzle, fizzle. Nobody cares about them. Fizzle, fizzle. So they're all by themselves. So they're dying off by themselves. They have no visitors in the nursing home, no visitors when they go to the hospital. Fizzle, fizzle. Nobody wants to be around them. Waiting until marriage is the stupidest thing for a woman to do. It's nothing but patriarchy and control. Divorced several times. Again, this guy makes up stories. Ladies, all of these guys who say body count matters are delusional storytellers, believing they're delusional stories. So just listen. Don't occupy their mouths with your kisses and find out how they talk, because if it comes out of their mouth, it's in their brain. If they believe delusion, get rid of them. And you can tell they believe delusion because they speak delusional things as though it's a fact. Do you see the disrespect, ladies? No man wants to be with an open wound, right? That's how an asshole thinks of a woman's body. He thinks assholes like him are damaging to a woman's body, right? So if you want to get rid of the male who's not going to care about your body, instead will choose to damage you, make sure you get rid of the one who says being with other males before me is damaging. Because this one knows how indifferent and selfish and lazy he is. He's a joke. And he doesn't want you to understand how much of a joke he is. He wants you to give him what he wants. This is 2025. Women nowadays use observation before selection because it's not 1925 where your dad married you off to the next male because you're property. Now we own our own bodies. We own our own experiences. We own our own homes. So these losers are still trying to hold on to 1925 when women were property owned by males instead of an autonomous being owning herself, owning her own value. Males don't define our value because we're no longer sold off as property from one male to the next. But they're still trying to hold on to that time when you were just a thing and they could call you a thing. And that's all you were. And that's all you thought you were, was a thing for this guy to be indifferent to be abusive to. So ladies, if you're done with these losers who haven't caught up to 2025 yet, get rid of them. Observation before selection means you get rid of them. You block and delete these guys who are projecting their toxicity and insecurity, trying to get you to reduce yourself to their level. You're going to block and delete these walking open wounds. These walking open wounds that don't take any responsibility for their thoughts and emotions. These walking open wounds that don't take any responsibility for their behaviors want you to be controlled by them. Get rid of these toxic, open, walking wounds. They need therapy. So give them the void so they can go get the therapy they need. They need to go get a real job. They need therapy, not your time and attention, because when you give them your time and attention, they don't go get the therapy they need. So give them the void so that they now have time to go get the therapy they need. Debate what? There's nothing to debate when it comes to a woman's autonomy. You want me to debate a woman's autonomy? There is zero debate to be had. We simply block and delete the toxic males that attempt to reduce a woman's autonomy. Woke ideology, ladies. It's woke for you to say you were never controlled, right? Apparently, says the toxic male. It's woke for you to say they never controlled you and they never will. Do you see what they're saying? Do you see the dysfunction?
Some baby boy said women would be done if there were no men. I guarantee you, women as a collective would be much happier, safer, and at peace if there were no men. I guarantee you.
Do you know what they call women without men, Diane? Amazon warriors.
Mm.
They don't want us to remember that. They don't want us to remember that we are just as strong in every way, and in fact, stronger in multiple ways. These guys, if they got a bikini wax, would scream in pain. How many of us have gotten waxes all over our body? Not a single yelp. Because these boys are too weak to handle what we can handle. And they try to tell us we're not as strong as them. The gaslighting is immaculate. Morning. Hello, Ra. Her, what did you want to say? Her?
Yeah, I just didn't agree with the photo that you put on there. Body count doesn't matter, and that it's a manipulation and control tactic. I don't really understand how that makes sense. Right.
Okay.
Um,
Well, how would you like an answer?
yeah, I wanna hear your understanding
You're
of
right.
it.
So I say body count does not matter to the people who practice logic and stick to facts. And I can tell you my 3 facts, or I can go to the control and manipulation tactics, which is a short exercise where I ask you a quick series of questions and you give me a quick yes or no answer, just the most logical answer. And then at the end of a few questions, I can show you how it's manipulation and control. Which way would you like to go first?
Okay, explain further more on it doesn't matter to the people who understand logic.
Who practice logic and stick to facts. So these are my 3 facts. Number 1, if a woman was looking for a long-term relationship and she wanted somebody with all of these qualities, no less, would she need to observe someone over time to see if they have all of these qualities? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay. Number two, if a man was looking for a long-term relationship and he wants somebody with all of these qualities, does he need to observe someone over time to see if they have all of these qualities? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then number three, if somebody wants to know if the other person has an STD or STI, do they need to ask the person to go to the doctor, get tested, get the test results, and show the test results? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Right. Now, just to expand on those three facts, is it possible somebody could sleep with one person one time, catch an STD, STI?
Wait, can you say that again? It was a little laggy.
Is it possible that somebody could sleep with one person one time, catch an STD or STI? Is that a possibility?
Yeah, it is.
So if we ask somebody what their body count is and they say one, do we have the facts about their STD test results?
No.
No. So people who practice logic and stick to facts don't ask for a number as though that tells us if they're safe. We ask for testing to find out if they're safe. Is it possible somebody could have a low body count or a zero body count and not have all of these qualities? Maybe they're disrespectful, maybe not honest, maybe not responsible, maybe not generous, maybe not hardworking. Is that a possibility? Somebody could have a low or zero body count and not be what I'm looking for?
Yeah.
So if I ask somebody what their body count is and they give me a number, I still don't know until I've spent enough time with them what kind of person they are, right?
True. Yeah.
Right. So people who practice logic and stick to facts don't ask for a number. They ask for STD testing and they do observation before commitment to make sure they're going to commit to the right person.
Okay, but having a personal preference isn't the
Oh,
same as controlling someone.
listen. Personal preference. We don't care about your personal preference. We care about ours. And we did not write controlling, right? We didn't write that on here. So if you had to control us before you met us, you're going to ask what our body count is to find out if we followed your rules before we met you. We're just going to block and delete you because we see that you're attempting to control our past in order to accept us in the present. And we did not write controlling. So you talking about your preferences is irrelevant.
Okay,
Question.
but
No, I have a question for you. Why do you think calling it a preference just makes it okay? Like people who abuse children, that's a preference of theirs. So calling it a preference doesn't mean anything. Why do you think that that just makes it okay?
um well, I wouldn't say that having a high body count wouldn't necessarily be like a bad thing, but it can be a preference to someone that just has those
So
type of boundaries.
you're answering my question by calling it a preference again. Did you hear my
Yeah,
question?
yeah.
All
Ask the
kinds of
question again.
toxic behaviors are called preferences. Calling it a preference doesn't mean anything.
It doesn't make it right. Like you have a preference to control somebody before you met them. That doesn't make it right.
Hmm, Preference.
That's your preference, then we're just going to reject you. Like, if you're the kind of person who prefers to control people, I'm not interested.
Right.
But by that logic, someone saying they don't care about body count is also just a preference, right? So why is your preference
Somebody's
right and someone
saying,
else's wrong?
somebody's saying they don't care about body count is somebody saying, I'm going to find out who you are. I'm going to judge you. I'm going to assess you based on the behaviors you display. Not, I'm going to assess you based on who you did or how many people you did before I came along. So we intelligent people prefer to find out who you are and inform ourselves on who you are in order to understand if we want you or don't want you. People who lack intelligence say, I prefer to find out how many people you did because my metric for assessing you is based on the activity of your genitalia. That's a shallow way of assessing somebody. Us intelligent people assess you based on your characteristics above the belly button, not your genitalia.
Okay, but wanting to know someone deeply is great, right? But caring about body count doesn't mean you don't want to know them. It just means you're also paying attention. to
Paying
patterns and
attention to
values,
what?
personality.
Attention to what? Paying attention to what?
Paying it, well, the same thing that you're saying that's on your book. Paying
No, no,
attention.
no. I said paying attention to what? Because I told you, us intelligent people, pay attention to who you are. You're saying you pay attention to who we did. So what is it you're particularly paying attention to?
Um, Let me think about that. I'm sorry if I'm like not really giving you the quickest answers. I've never really thought about this, so I'm kind of just
Well,
like
it's good for
thinking
you
about
to
it.
it's good for us to have this conversation because I want you to start applying critical thinking instead of just believing what you hear without thinking about it, right?
Follow-up question to what she just asked you. What do you think you would learn from how many people, because the body count number is just a number. There's no qualitative information. And I know a lot of you guys have like follow-up questions because you want to know more about it. So, what would you get from getting a number that you couldn't find out just by observing the person in the present?
Wait, can you say that again?
You ask somebody their body count number, all you get is a number. Let's say you get, I don't know, 15, 30, 45, whatever. What is that going to tell you about the person that you wouldn't find out about by just observing the person in the present?
Mm-hmm.
What
And
is a
get
number from the past telling you more than getting to know them in the present?
Well, I don't think that would tell me as much as getting to know them, but that could tell me like if I'm looking for someone loyal or
oh, so
someone
you're going to
who
make up a
values.
story. You're going to make up a story. You're going to ask for a number and then make up a story about their loyalty. So this is you being delusional, thinking you can take this piece of information and
No, not
I'm
necessarily because
talking. I'm talking. You think you're going to ask for a number and then make up a personality instead of taking the time to find out what kind of person they are. We call that a storyteller, and we block and delete people who make up stories in their brain and then make up a false narrative in their own mind and then want us to defend ourselves against the false narrative. Do you know that a false narrative is abuse? Did you know that?
um I
If
was
if
not
I
making up a false
if I
narrative.
said no, if I asked you what your body count is and whatever number you gave me, I said that means you're a piece of shit. If you have a low number, you're a piece of shit who's been rejected so much. You have a low number, nobody wants you. If you have a high number, you're a piece of shit because you must have used and abused every single person you were ever with. Without getting any more information about you, I just made up a story. What are you going to do with that?
And when have I ever said
I said,
something
what are
like
you going
that?
to do? I just made up a story. What are you going to do with that?
The difference between what you're trying to imply and
I
what
made
I'm
up a
saying.
story. What are you going to do with that?
I think what you're missing a link here. You, out of your own mouth, said that it might mean that the person would be unfaithful. That's a story you're making up in your head. A number is not going to tell you whether somebody is faithful or not. It doesn't tell you whether they were faithful in the past, and has nothing to do with their ability to be faithful in the present. So the number doesn't tell you anything. You're making up a story in your head. That's what she's talking about.
I just made it.
I have to go do
No,
something,
we're not
but
moving on from this. I need an answer. I made up a story. What are you going to do with that?
I have to go do something right now, but if you're still on live, like I'll look for it and I'll go back up to debate. But I'm gonna be right back.
Okay, goodbye. Run away instead of answering the question.
It wasn't a debate, by the way. If you want to actually debate, bring some stats, bring some science, bring some facts.
Oh, Miyagi, was that about more cheating and divorce? So block and delete, right? Because all they do is make up delusional stories in their head. And they think you're supposed to do something about their delusions. We don't do anything about their delusions. We go, oh, noted. Here's a delusional person. Block and delete. I deal with these people here. Infomercial time for a book walkthrough. Thank you. I will market myself. You are so right. I haven't done that yet. So these delusional people think you should deal with the story in their head. We don't. We block them. They can deal with the story in their head. They can deal with why they're being rejected, but we're not going to bother with these. So time for me to tell you what each of my 11 books are about. I catch you where you are in your dating journey. I lift you up from there. Let's start with Comeback Queen. Now, you might be watching me today for the first time going, damn, I keep complaining about the guy I'm with. He's such an asshole. He did it again. Such an asshole. He did it again. Lied again. Irresponsible again. Lazy, selfish again. Ladies, you made a mistake. The only way to fix the mistake is to get rid of the mistake and not pick another mistake again. So how do you get rid of the mistake? You break up with them. You dump them. You divorce them. You remove them from your life. You block and delete forever. And then you use Comeback Queen to heal faster from the breakup. Okay? So heal faster from the breakup, and then when you're ready to pick your next partner, no more mistakes. So no more assholes for your vetting process. It's also in Spanish. It's also an audiobook. Then when you find that amazing man, by the way, the selection you're going to make is a man who loves you more than dysfunction. So when you pick that amazing man, you grab after the first kiss, make your new relationship rock solid from day one by avoiding pitfalls and self-sabotage. Getting deeper into functionality is your Fix That Shit books. We have Fix That Shit for men and Fix That Shit for women. So I'm going to block and delete this loser who doesn't like functionality. Block, delete, because the more functional you are, the less you will put up with the loser. So again, if you were functional, you wouldn't be in a relationship with somebody that you're complaining because they are subpar. A functional woman does not pick a subpar partner. So they don't want you to be functional because then you pick better than the loser attempting to control and abuse you. Now, when you pick that man who loves you more than dysfunction, when you pick the woman who loves you more than dysfunction, this is the dating book for men, you then dive into your Fix That Shit books and choose functional behaviors in your relationship so that you are both functional. So this is Fix That Shit for women. This is Fix That Shit for men. This teaches you communication skills and conflict resolution skills. Dating 101 is for the teens because now that us women are being functional, toxic males are looking for the next victim, which is somebody uninformed, uneducated, and naive. So do not leave your teens to be preyed on by these toxic losers. Make sure you get them Dating 101. There's a free dating book in the link in my bio. Speaking of toxic losers, the free book is Fake Love Need Not Apply. Here, this guy's going to disappear. He doesn't like smart women. Block, delete. See, he doesn't like intelligent women who teach other women not to pick losers. So I blocked and deleted him because we don't keep toxicity in our environment. So the free book in the link in my bio, and I've got a few freebies in there for you. The free book is Fake Love Need Not Apply, How to Effectively Remove Posers, Losers, Scammers, and Predators. Then we move into your mental health, your emotional well-being. Say yes to goodness. 10 steps for a complete happy you. You're going to buy all your books. Thank you, my love. I love this. I love this. Welcome to the gang. Watch this, okay? My readers, how many books of mine do you have? Say yes to goodness, 10 steps for a complete happy you. This is you understanding how to be happier in 10 areas of your life that affect you mentally and emotionally. This guy used the word virtuous. That means he wants religious indoctrination in the female he's looking for. You instantly block and delete those people. 3, Miyagi Louise 1, Mare 4, Sin Shops 5, Diane 3, Alicia 3, Tony 3, 1, planning on more, Lady Miss Stella, all except for the men's, Ellie Jane. Love this, love this, love this. You are in good company, my love. Moving forward, the Glow Up Journal. This is a 60-day journey of writing and doing guided by me to increase your self-esteem at an expedited pace. So use this if you want to increase your self-esteem in 60 days. Custom Made is also a workbook. You have 2 writing exercises at the end of every chapter. This covers 2 subjects: understanding your purpose, your passion, your talent, monetizing your purpose, passion, and talent. So grab Custom Made if you want to tap into and monetize what you're meant to do. Ignoring is fake confidence. Ignoring who? We don't ignore, we block and delete. Watch this. Block, delete. Here we go. The false accusations, block and delete. The toxicity, block and delete. I also have these 3 workbooks that have bonus material. You can get these on paperback on Amazon. So we have the No More Assholes workbook, the Fix That Shit for Women workbook, and the Fix That Shit for Men workbook. So use the buttons in the link in my bio to get your paperbacks on Amazon, ebook bundle deals, audiobooks, free books, freebies for singles, freebies for couples. Is it controlling and insecure to have standards? If your standard is somebody had to follow your rules before they met you, that is controlling and insecure. Hi, Alas, what do you want to say? Ooh, don't forget, my loves, Niagara Falls on October 25th. Niagara Falls, Ontario, in person, full day event, 10 a.m. until 10 p.m. There's tickets for that in the link in my bio. You can come in person or you can join virtually. What am I, Cece? No. Keep listening to me, ladies, if you never want to be in an abusive, toxic relationship again. Keep listening to me. Oh, this guy needs a block and delete, apparently, Diane. Block, delete. Can't handle strong women. Yes, I am married, been with my husband for 20 years. If you want what I have, long-lasting, happy, functional, close, intimate, affectionate relationship, follow my lead. I show you how. All right. Block and delete this toxic person. Block, delete. We don't care about their vomits. We don't care about their dysfunction. We don't care about their mentality. What we care about is who we're going to have in our environment. So we now control our environment. These toxic males are removed by us. We don't wait for them to take themselves away, because they won't. Because what they want is convenient access to your time, your energy, your body. So they're not going to remove themselves. They play the hoping game. I hope I can wear her down. I hope I can fool her and gaslight her. I hope I can get her to be physical with me, despite how toxic and dysfunctional I am. I hope she kisses and has sex with me before she identifies that I am toxic and dysfunctional. Toxicity and dysfunction will not remove themselves because they're attempting to coerce, manipulate, and fool you into getting what they want from you. Yeah, can you bring intelligence? I'm ready to debate with anybody who's going to bring intelligence instead of ego, dysfunction, or indoctrination. I don't debate with people who are full of ego, dysfunction, and indoctrination because there's no reason to, because they're not here to listen. They just want to talk at you. Hey, hello, Trip. Sean Marie. Okay, so why aren't you requesting? So Diane, I have a friend who's brilliant, and he actually owns the animation company that does all the animations for Pixar. So any Pixar animation movie you see, that's my friend's company that did that. So he's very imaginative, very inventive, very intelligent. And I saw him this weekend at my friend's birthday party. And when he saw me, he goes, "Oh, Chantal, I want to talk to you about something." I'm like, "Okay." He said hello to everybody. And then I found him when he wasn't busy talking. And I said, "Hey, what did you want to talk to me about?" He goes, "Oh, yeah." Takes out his phone. He shows me an app that he's been developing for the last few years. It's something that integrates with Instagram, and it creates a chat bot. And so you create a post on Instagram, and there's a chat bot integrated into the post. And when people, I guess, interact with the post, the chat box helps them find other resources. And he said, like, I've been working on this. We're looking for beta testers now. We're ready to start rolling it out. And I was thinking about you as one of my beta testers. And I was like, yeah, absolutely, 100%. I have so much confidence in him. Like, it's an easy yes, because I know before he comes to me with something like that, he would have worked out the kinks. And I'm just going to help them further work out the kinks. So I said, yes, absolutely. And then he says to me, "I want to be there at the board table when you sell your business for 10, 20, 30 million dollars." I was like, "What?" And he goes, "Oh yeah, I've been watching you. I love seeing my friends succeed, and I want to be there to help you succeed."
Awesome. I love that. That's such a, it's so nice when your friends are also like forward focused, you know what I mean? And yeah, I love that.
Yeah. And he's so kind, so hardworking, so intelligent. For this person to look at me and do this, come up underneath to push up, whoa, I get shivers when I think about that. Body count doesn't matter if you want to keep half your shit. Did you notice that, ladies? He picks a number, and then if your number is above that number, here's your personality. Here's your character. Here's your integrity. Here's who you're gonna be. Now, I didn't watch you be anything, but I'll make up a story about who you are. These people are block and deletes.
Bring us the data. Bring us the data, OTM. We don't do trust me bros here. So those numbers that you find, OTM, they're not causal, right? Even if you find something that's a correlational thing, there's no causation there. And those studies, if you bother to read them, will tell you that they don't know the reason. There's more studying to be done on it. So, but bring us the study that you think says what you think it says.
Title of the peer-reviewed study, website the study is on, page number and paragraph number where you read those words. OTM got removed for lying, fear-mongering, and disinformation. They don't know why. Neon, what's the title of the peer-reviewed study? Title, website, page number, paragraph number, Neon. If you say one word that's not providing that, I will block and delete you for lying, fear-mongering, and disinformation. Because if you're attempting to tell us that there is a statistical study made about body count and divorce, If you're trying to tell us that, you have to prove that you're not lying.
Studies, I mean, literally don't give you any more information than body count does. It really doesn't give you any more information than that. It doesn't give you the qualitative, like, what age are these people? What age were they at when they had their experiences? What age when they did end up cheating, if they did? Like, there's no qualitative information in these studies. She has a job, Ben. She's doing her job. She's selling books. She's a writer. She's a coach.
Teaching women to not pick losers and no longer be abused is my job. Neon, title of the peer-reviewed study. What is the title? Type it. Title, website, page number, paragraph number, title of the peer-reviewed study. Type it out now. Yeah, lady. Yeah, books equal knowledge, and dysfunctional males don't want knowledgeable women because knowledgeable women delete dysfunctional males, make them non-existent. Become powerful summary. That's right. Where did Neon go? Where did Neon go? He typed a bunch of bullshit, but he didn't type the title of the peer-reviewed study. No, there's no re-examine. Oh, what's this? What's this, Diane? Re-examining the link, right? Re-examining the link. What was that study saying?
Second, let me look at it. Let me look at it. Neon, can you come up on the panel so we can actually talk about this? Because you're going to have to tell me where in the study it says what you think it says, and I'm looking for the title. I can't find the title in the comments.
It was fun.
Re-examining. What was it? Re-examining.
Hi, lady.
Right, but Neon, you're saying there's a study on it. There's a study on it. What does the study say? What do you want us to read in the study?
Page
You
number
gave
4
me
now.
a partial title.
Did he go copy paste from the podcast, bro? Without any
I don't
reading
know.
whatsoever? What's the paragraph? What's
I don't
the
know, but he didn't even complete the name of the study. It says re-examining the link. That's all I read in his message. So
delete. Block and delete. Triggered rage bait. Watch this one disappear. Block. Delete. Because why are you triggered with the words, you never controlled me before you met me? Why does that trigger you? You must be toxic and dysfunctional. Only a controlling person would have a problem with not controlling a woman's autonomy. Hi.
Hey, how you doing?
Amazing.
Good to hear, man. What you guys just discussing about that? The body count doesn't matter, but like, why do you think it doesn't matter?
It's not why I think, it's why I know. And I'm a word nerd, so I really tend to use the dictionary definition of words, and I use words appropriately. So it's not why I think, it's why I know, and I know because of 3 facts. Would you like to hear them?
Facts, yeah. If they're facts, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so just to clarify, just so I know you and I understand what a fact is, would you agree this is a cell phone?
Yeah, smartphone, yeah.
Yeah, so a fact is something outside of you and I, easily agreed upon by both you and I because it's so obvious on sight. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so here's my first one. If a woman was looking for a long term relationship and she wanted somebody with all of these qualities, no less, would she need to observe someone over time to find out if they are this person? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay, number two, if a man was looking for a long term relationship and he wants somebody with all of these qualities, would he need to observe someone over time to find out if they are, in fact, this person? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Yes. Number three, if somebody wants to know if the other person has an STD or STI, do they need to ask the other person to go to the doctor, get tested, get the test results, and show the test results? Yes or no?
Yeah. Sorry, one second. One of your mods just muted me. I don't know why.
Okay, but you and I are talking, so ignore the chat, okay? Can you do that? Can you pay attention to me?
Yeah, but I just find it strange that one of your mods decided to mute
Yes,
me.
but. So that would be no, because but negates what is before it. So as we continue this conversation, can you focus on me instead of being distracted by other things?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so the third question was if somebody, you or anybody wants to know if the person you're considering for a relationship has an STD or STI, do you need to ask the person to go to the doctor, get tested, get the test results, and show the test results? Yes or no?
Yes.
Right. So is it possible somebody could sleep with one person one time and catch an STD or STI? Is that a possibility?
Yeah.
So if you ask somebody what their body count is and they say one, do you have the facts about their safety when it comes to diseases or infections?
Yeah. Yeah.
If you ask them their body count and they say one, but you don't ask for testing, do you have the facts about their STI, STD test results?
Well, obviously it'll be the same, innit?
If you ask somebody their body count and they say one, do you have the facts about whether or not they have an STD or STI?
Yeah, but I don't feel like you wouldn't
No.
speak to them
If
about
you ask somebody what their body count is, because it seems like you were smart a moment ago, because I said if somebody wants to know if the other person has an STD or STI, do they need to ask the person, go to the doctor, get tested, get the test results, and show the test results? And you said yes.
Yeah, but
And then I said, is it possible somebody can sleep with one person one time and catch an STD? You said, yes, that's possible. So then I asked you, if you ask somebody what their body count is and they say one, do you have the facts about their STI, STD test results? What's your answer?
if I have the facts or if I'm gonna ask. So you're asking me. I don't get it. Like you're asking me if I'm gonna check about whether they have STD. So you're asking me.
Chat, did you understand the question that I asked? Hands up if you understood the question that I asked.
You can
Because
repeat it
I've
without
been
condescending.
time.
I just didn't get it. You can repeat it
I
without
know.
condescending.
No, I repeated it twice. I repeated it twice.
There's some people that said no. So
Yeah, I get that.
Fuck you, woman, fuck you, bitch.
And that's the people.
Body counts matter,
That's
you
the
woman.
people who say body count matters. That's the people who say body count matters. Ladies, if you answer the question, this is what you're going to get down the road. This toxicity, this abuse, this dysfunction, these anger issues, the lack of accountability for their own thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. You need to instantly block and delete anybody who asks you what your body count is, because this is what's coming down the pipeline. Hi, Ripple.
Hi.
Hey,
I was gonna
as a
ask if I missed anything, but clearly same shit, different day.
as a girl, can I ask him for clarity about commitment as boyfriend and girlfriend?
Isabella, why is it that you're asking for commitment before you know who he is? Have you done a no kissing for 3 months dating rule, Isabella? No, we don't blame men for the actions of guys. We love men. This is why we do observation before selection, because men are awesome. Ooh, this guy says Bonnie Blue. How many days ago did she pull that marketing stunt? Use 1,000 guys, made $1 million knowing that stupid boys would keep marketing her for free. Look at you proving what a marketing genius she is. This guy's gonna disappear, block, delete. We don't care about toxic males. We just remove them and delete them. For more people, you're a legend. Hello.
All right, I'm back.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you have the title of the peer-reviewed study.
So I got back from what I had to do, what I had to do, but I wanted to come back just because I don't fully understand like what you're talking about. Body count doesn't matter, and I think it would help me understand like your point of view on it.
My point of view is that you never controlled me before you met me. So you asking what my body count is shows me you think you made up a rule for me to follow. I don't follow other people's rules with my body. I do what I want with my body. So when somebody asks me what my body count is, it shows me they think they made up a rule for me to follow, meaning I need to instantly block and delete them because I wasn't looking for somebody controlling.
Okay, but is it possible for you to also have
What
rules
did I
when you're
just
trying?
say?
But you,
What did I just say? Tell me what I just said.
Okay, what you just said that is that you would block and delete their number if they ask you for a body count because that is implying that they have a set of rules that you are supposed to follow.
Exactly.
And so, but that a preference doesn't make me better or anything like
No,
that.
you don't
It
care
doesn't make.
about your preference. Listen, when your preference is to control my autonomy before you met me, that makes you a block and delete. I'm going to let you go because you're not, listen, you got too much background noise going on. Go watch your kids, okay? My preference is for you to go watch your kids.
said, let me find it again. Shoot. No, hang on a second. She said they've been dating for like a year or something. Wait, let me find it. I've been dating with him over a year now, but there's not the title. He hasn't asked me.
So you've been having sex for over a year. So Isabella, dating him for over a year. Isabella, is he a 12 out of 12? I recommend you take the $5 12 character trait quiz in the link in my bio because before I give you instructions, I had to commit to this person and be committed and have a committed relationship. How about you let us know if the person you want to commit to is actually the right selection? There's a 12 character trait quiz in the link in my bio. Go take that quiz, come back and tell me the score.
Hey, she has replied. She answered you so many times. You were up on the panel. She explained it to you. You're just incapable of understanding, or you don't want to.
He just wants attention. And now he's begging other females to give him attention. Ladies, ignore him. He doesn't want to understand anything because simple questions don't land. Hi.
Hello.
Hey.
It seems to be an interesting discussion here.
Well, it's very interesting when people try to remove women's autonomy, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. It's interesting that we have to have that discussion, isn't it? Like it's kind of gross and dumb and unnecessary.
May I voice my opinion?
No, I'm not interested in opinions. Do you have any facts or science?
No.
Because listen,
Everyone, nobody has facts. Everyone has
that's
opinions.
incorrect. I look at you making a false accusation. You didn't ask me if I had facts or science. You just assume there are no facts or science, right?
No.
You made an
Why,
assumption.
why do you think everything is an attack on you? Why do you think that somebody interested in a body count would be judgmental? Why do you assume it
And
would
I want to ask you a
automatically
question.
be
I want to ask you a
judgmental?
question, but you keep talking. So here's the question. Do you know what an assumption is? Do you know the
Your mouth.
definition? Why are you still yapping as though you're more important than I am?
I'm talking.
You have no reason to keep talking because you
Person who
just
came
don't listen
in
to
to
what a
help.
woman says because you think women have nothing to say of value because you're too toxic to listen to a woman. You didn't come here to hear anything that I had to say. You came to talk at me like another toxic loser that women need to get rid of on sight because you're stuck in your own mind and imagination and your own beliefs and your own feelings, and you think the world needs to operate based on your toxicity and dysfunction. We reject you, we block you, and remove you from our environment.
That made me laugh the way he just closed the door. That was funny.
What's that?
The way you just closed the door, it just really made me laugh.
I'm the toxic one for teaching women to get rid of toxic males, right? Look at this guy disappear, block, delete. I'm the toxic one for teaching women to use observation before commitment. I'm the toxic one for telling women to let you talk so we find out how you think so we can get rid of the toxic ones, right? Notice the gaslighting here, ladies. Observation before selection is how you get rid of abusive males. I want you to think of your past breakups. I want you to think of the toxic male you had to block from your life. I want you to ask yourself, did I do observation before selection? Should I have used a no kissing for 3 months dating rule to get rid of this one instead of kissing this one? Look at this guy. He says you're single because he can't handle a woman who knows what she's talking about, teaching other women to follow her lead into a healthy long-term relationship.
Michael Daniels said, I can't believe young women are being taught this. This is anti-traditional. Yeah, it's almost like that's the point, right?
Taught what? That their body belongs to them? That's crazy. Oh my God. God forbid a woman own her sexuality and do what she wants with her body.
Yeah.
The fuck up, Dondra. You shut up.
Anti
You
blah blah
first.
blah blah
Toxic
blah
little
You
blah
males. Look at
blah.
first,
these
my boy.
abusive little males. Look at these terrible little males. They got no self-control. All they have is toxicity. All they have is abuse. All they have is dysfunction. All they can do is wait to tell you what a shit person you are because they couldn't control you before they met you. They can't handle themselves. They have no self-control whatsoever. All they do is vomit their toxicity, vomit their abuse. They are BOPs, B-O-Ps. They're boring, oppressive, and pee-pee obsessed. They're so boring, we turn them into bingo callers because they're so repetitive with their toxicity. They bore us with their toxicity. They can't handle women who say, you never control me, you never will. They have no ability to cope with a woman's empowerment, no ability to cope with her knowing her own body because these lazy, selfish, toxic losers don't want you to be happy. It's the last thing they want is your happiness, your satisfaction, your fulfillment. They don't want that because they're so weak in themselves. You'll be better than them if you're happy. They don't want you to be better than them. They want you to be below them because toxic people step on you to elevate themselves.
Yes, you're Michael. Do you not understand that traditional means oppressing women, and women don't want that?
It's the
It is
end of the traditional
anti-traditional.
movement, ladies. Traditional movement means they control your body. Traditional movement means you're not allowed to make more money than them. Traditional movement means you're not allowed to have your own bank account, not allowed to own your own property, not allowed to be autonomous. Traditional movement says you're not allowed to enjoy your body and sexuality. Absolutely not. They can't handle that. They hate you. They want you to be a traditional woman so that you're under their heel. because they hate you. They hate women that are happy and fulfilled and successful. That's what these males want when they say a traditional woman. They hate you and they want you to be unhappy and unsuccessful so they can be satisfied with themselves in comparison to you. They hate you because you're better than them and they know it. Hi, Dio. I'm not even bothering reading what this guy is. You're a joke of a woman. That's a block and delete right away. I have no interest in his words because I have no interest in his dysfunction. Neither should you. You should be blocking them instantly at the first sign of their dysfunction, but you won't see it if you're occupying their mouths with your kisses. So let them talk minimum 3 months so you can get rid of the losers. Hello, Mir.
Hello. I just joined the live not too long ago. So I'm sorry if I missed anything previously that you said, but to your prompt, I was just liking to say that I believe body count does matter,
Okay,
but
facts or science?
say that again.
Facts or science, something other than ego, indoctrination, or dysfunction.
Well, I don't have any facts or science.
Well, then I'm not interested in your opinions because I'm not here to listen to boys talk about their thoughts and feelings about not being able to reduce a woman's autonomy before they met them.
Excuse me, ma'am. This wasn't anything against women. I was actually going to say that body
You
count
said, I
works both
believe
ways.
body count matters. And I said, do you have facts or science? And you said no. And I said, then I'm not interested in, I feel my opinion, my experience.
I mean, there's no facts or science behind that. It's a societal.
No, that is incorrect. That's you making an assumption. I have 3 facts why body count does not matter to the people who practice logic and stick to facts. Would you like to hear my 3 facts?
Sure.
Okay. So the first one, if a woman was looking for a long-term relationship and she wants somebody with all of these qualities, no less, would she need to observe someone's behavior over time to see if they are this person? Yes or no?
Sure.
Right. Number 2, if a man was looking for a long-term relationship, wanting somebody with all of these qualities, no less, would he need to observe someone over time to see if they are, in fact, this person? Yes or no?
Yes.
Right. Number 3, if somebody wants to know if the other person has an STD or STI, do they need to ask the person to go to the doctor, get tested, get the test results, and show the test results? Yes or no?
Yes.
So just to expand on those 3 facts, is it possible somebody can sleep with one person one time, catch an STD or STI? Is that a possibility?
Yes.
So if we ask somebody their body count and they say 1, do we have the facts about their STD, STI test results?
Okay. I think there's a problem with the questions that you're asking.
If we
Simple question. No, you had no
Yeah.
issue answering the questions before, but now that she's actually going in further in depth about them, now it's a problem. Okay.
Excuse me, ma'am. I wasn't speaking
just
to
to
you.
back up,
I don't care. I was speaking to you. Get
I
over it.
want to help you, Amir. I'm going to back up. Is it possible somebody can sleep with one person one time, catch an STD or STI? Is that a possibility?
Yes, it is.
So if I ask somebody their body count and they say 1, but I don't ask for STD testing, do I have the facts about their STD test results?
No.
No, that's right. So let's go a little bit further. Is it possible somebody could have a low body count or a 0 body count and not have all of these qualities?
Yes, it is.
That's right. So if I ask somebody their body count, they give me a number, but I didn't spend enough time with them. Do I have the facts about their character and personality?
Somewhat.
No. I want all of this. If I didn't spend time with them, I only asked them what their body count is, but I haven't spent time with them. Now, listen, twice you said you have to spend time with somebody to know who they are. Are you now changing your answer?
Yes, I would.
Yeah. So, okay, tell me, how you're going to know who someone is without spending time with them. Tell me how you're going to know.
You're not gonna
You're
know.
not going to know?
Okay, so you don't even give me a chance to speak. Like I said 3 words.
How are you going to know? Fine. How are you going to know who somebody is without spending time with them?
Okay, I was going to say that you might not know everything about that person.
I want everything.
My
That's
God,
what I said.
you
I
haven't
said I
let me
want
speak.
everything. I want
Like,
everything. So how will I know if they're everything without spending time with them? What's your answer?
Okay,
Can
I
I try
will
something, Chantal? Okay,
every.
Amir, I have a question for you.
Wow.
Ask
This,
me my body count. Ask me
look,
my body count.
I don't care what your body count is. I'm not
Ask
interested
me
in
my
that.
body count. It's just a thought
What is your
exercise.
body
Ask me
count?
my body count.
I did. What's your body? What is your body count?
It's 35. Now what? What do you know about me based on that number?
Um, in my mind, I'm thinking if someone has a body count of 35, then they are most likely overly going. And
They're what? I can't hear you.
it goes for men and women. I don't want to be
What?
friends with somebody or date someone that has an extreme
I'm tired of
body
this one. This guy needs to get
Same. Same.
I
Why does
can't
he
even
talk like
understand what
that?
the fuck he's saying. What the fuck?
because listen, he's still laying in bed smoking his thing. So yeah, no, we're done. We need more
Where do you
humans. We need somebody who
He
can
also
speak up.
he said enough with the in my mind. Yeah.
And that's exactly it. The delusional, right? I make up stories and I apply it without any data. That's delusional. Right, what did you want to say?
Yeah, so why would body count not matter? Like, what would be the
It would
facts
not,
behind that?
yes, it would not matter to the people who practice logic and stick to facts. And these are the 3 facts for why it would not matter. Number 1, if a woman is looking for a long-term relationship, wanting somebody with all of these qualities, would she need to observe someone over time to see if they have all these qualities? Yes or no?
Well, wouldn't you say that
This is
possibly
the
a high
question.
body
You have
count
a
could be
difficulty with a
indicative?
question because you wanted to know my facts. So I'm asking you a question looking for a yes or no answer. Let me ask you again so you can hear me. If a woman was looking for a long-term relationship, wanting somebody with all these qualities, no less, would she need to observe someone over time to see if they have all of these qualities, yes or no?
Or by observing, you would need to know quite a bit about them. So yes, I would say that, but I would also say included in that could be knowing their body count.
So you want to make up a story based on a number, right?
No, but it could be an
No.
indicator.
If you're going to ask for a number and then give yourself an assumption without taking the time to get the facts, that makes you uninteresting.
No, that would be wanting to
That
know
makes
the
you
facts.
uninteresting. Don't deny what I just said as though I told a lie. You are uninteresting to people who practice logic and stick to facts because you're not that type of person.
Well, wouldn't it be logical to want to know that information so you can gather as much information as possible to
So
determine
you
those
are
things?
going to ask a body count so you can make up a story without getting the data. Is that
Well, that would be
logical?
assuming.
Is
I
that
mean,
logical? The answer is no. You would
you would
be
be assuming that
making up an assumption. That's correct. What is the definition of assumption? Don't mute him. What is the definition of assumption? Unmute your
Invitation.
microphone.
Yeah, I sent in the invitation.
What is the definition of assumption?
well, I mean, I feel like if I
What is
was to
the
ask that
definition?
question,
I feel is not a dictionary definition. What is the definition of the word assumption?
you're assuming that I would be
What is
asking the
the
body count for.
definition? What is the definition of the word assumption?
I don't see how that's relevant.
Oh, you don't see how it's relevant for you to use words and you not knowing the definition of the word you're using? You don't think that's relevant to an intelligent conversation?
Well, let me ask you this.
Dictionary. No, listen, we're not moving on until you understand the definition of assumption. So grab a dictionary right now, look up the word assumption, come back.
Assumption would be formulating an idea without facts.
A belief without evidence is the definition, right?
Yeah, I would agree to that.
A belief without evidence. So you want to ask somebody their number, make up a belief before actually finding out who they are. That makes you uninteresting.
Well, here's the thing. I've actually never asked anybody I've ever
I
dated
don't
that.
care.
But I think that would be part of the process in some people's mind of getting to know somebody.
And those people will be blocked and deleted because their process is to make up a story and believe their made up story without evidence. us intelligent people don't want people like that because they lack logic.
Well, you don't ask people for their body count, so you're up here defending
Given his
other people's.
first of all, he's
No,
lying.
the
He's
no
lying
the
for
no
one
the
thing.
point I'm trying to make
No, I
is
don't care. I'm
if you're
talking.
trying to get to
Lying.
know somebody, that could be relevant.
You have no respect whatsoever. You want to defend toxicity, so you want to defend you and your bros for having a toxic mindset. You're not here to hear anything. You just want to defend the toxicity.
Never ever actually tell us what information it gives them. They can never
Well,
back that up.
it tells us if she's loyal. DNA, disinformation, block and delete. Okay, church too, religious. Of course, religious people are delusional. Hi, lady. Lady Miss Stella, did you butt dial?
Did.
Ah! Bye, my love. That's too funny.
I just wanted to say I was a good girl and I didn't make fun of his accent, even though I really, really wanted to. But I didn't.
Girl, I'm from the deep south, and even I was like, oh, cringe.
Frodo.
Good afternoon, good morning, everyone.
Hello, my love.
How are you all? Hi,
Amazing.
everybody. It's good to hear your voices. Good to see you all kicking ass and doing incredibly well. Just a quick public announcement to all the gentlemen in the thread. When you're being asked a question, park your ego and actually answer what's being asked of you. Don't interject with your opinion, your thoughts, your own takes. Just let the process guide you. These questions have been formulated for a reason. The idea is to challenge the preconceptions you have around the concept of body count. The facts are the facts. You will not get anything from a person's body count. Not a single thing. It's not an indicator of anything. It's not a probability argument. None of these things matter. So when Chantal, Ripple, Diane talk to you about these things and are asking questions, just answer the question you're being asked. If you think you're stepping into a trap, there's a problem with your thinking, not with the thinking of the host. And if you're going to challenge, make sure you actually have facts, studies and facts. Don't care about your opinion, what your pastor told you the week before at church, your own misogynistic attitudes or your insecurities. None of those things are here to be unpacked. You're here to understand a very, very clear message. If you want to unpack your misogyny, or you want to have a debate where you unpack your misogyny, this isn't the forum for it. Here we're talking about facts and educating women in the primary. All you're doing is becoming fodder for Chantal's message. If you want to do that, that's fine. Carry on. But if you want to unpack your misogyny, there are other people within TikTok that will help you unpack your misogyny. It's a necessary part. You cannot control and love someone at the same time. Those two are polar opposites. So until then, get your head around these concepts, answer the questions you're being asked, otherwise you'll be dropped, blocked, and your opinion will carry no weight. That's it. That's all you have to do, guys. It's not complicated.
Frodo, do you want to tell them where they can go to unpack their misogyny if they want to?
Absolutely. So there's a couple of people that are doing this. Lex is always on twice daily, usually 11 o'clock in the morning and 7 o'clock in the afternoon or evening, Greenwich Mean Time or British Summer Time. So Lex is definitely someone who can guide men through unpacking the misogyny, and they will provide you with a bit of a better platform for you to challenge these ideas of misogyny and insecurity, because insecurity also drives the behavior around body count, and we've seen plenty of examples on Chantal's lives as well. But this is not the place for that. So if you think you're going to come up and start dominating in the debate, you'll be blocked and you'll be moved on, and it's a wasted opportunity for you to learn. If you've already done the work and you just want to listen to what Chantal and Diane and Ripple have got to say, by all means stay in here, but answer the questions you're being asked, because they're getting you to a good place where you can understand why these concepts don't help. Okay, so look up Lex if you're interested in having a discussion about why the attitudes are misogynistic and why they come from a place of insecurity. Otherwise, just answer the questions. It makes the life go better for everybody, including yourself. And if you've got strong opinions, there's an opportunity for you to unpack them somewhere else.
Permanent. I just did a podcast episode with Lex. That's going to be about my podcast soon.
Excellent. And
Looking forward to that.
Yes.
Absolutely. And before I go, just for Chantal's benefit, but what do I know? I'm just a hobbit taking a ring to Mordor. All right, I'll mute up now and let the ladies take over once more.
I love this. I love this, Frodo. Thank you.
My pleasure. Carry on.
Thank you, my love. I promise I will. Isabel, I want to know what the, you said it was all B's and 1A. What was the 1A, my love? We do love you, Frodo. Yeah, Don Tracy. Isabel, what was the 1A? Can't wait to watch, yeah. So much love. We love functional men. We love intelligent men. We love men who listen, pay attention, men who understand things. We love them. They're so fun. They're so interesting. They're warm, kind, intelligent, communicative. We love men. There's no need to fight with men, no need to argue with men, because men come fully formed. His ego is the first one. Men come fully formed. What do you mean by his ego? Which one did he get an A on? Yeah, we love pair bonding. I'm very bonded to my husband, and my body count did not interfere with that whatsoever, but only liars attempt to spread disinformation. Like DNA stays forever and pair bonding is impaired. That's lies and disinformation. The first one, so he's got ego strokes. Is that what we're saying? So Isabel, what you're saying is he's got the ego strokes. So he's got women around him that want him, and he keeps them around because he likes their attention, having ego strokes. So you're one of his ego strokes, right, Isabella? Did you realize that now? Do you realize that you're an ego stroke?
Woman from earlier who's been dating the guy for a year? Okay.
Yeah. So Isabella, when you picture who you want to spend your life with, are you picturing you being with somebody who keeps other women around because he likes their attention? Is that what you want? Dio.
Hi everyone. I actually come in because someone said we love pair bonding, and I was curious to ask because I don't know about Western science and how it's taught. Does they actually refer to people, a human Homo sapiens, as someone who does pair bonding?
No, there's not. I don't think there's a single study that says that.
It's just because, in a sense, we are monogamous, but it's not correct. So I was like, I need to check because I don't know.
There's like
Sure, the only I'm pretty sure the only studies that have been done on pair bonding are on mate for life species, the very few that there are, and we're not one of them.
No.
In a sense, I was mostly asking because it is told that people are pair bonding somehow somewhere, but it was not in a sense like birds, but still that we build monogamous pairs through life. And I was curious because I wanted to expand on this, if it's true that they say that, because we actually have cognitive affectionate bonding and we have attachments that all combine, and it is based on situation, emotions, and behaviors of us and other persons that we bond, quote unquote.
I mean, you know, Dio, just through your own work, that people can go through different things in life and still bond with other people and still have relationships, fulfilling relationships. Um, so the people who think that consensual sex leads to the inability to actually fulfilling relationships are insane.
I want you to take the words that they say and turn it back on them as though they're speaking for themselves, because they don't know me. They don't know us, but they make up stories in their head based on their own beliefs. If it's in their head, it comes out of their mouth. They have difficulty pair bonding. That's why they say if you have a high body count, you can't pair bond. These people who say that are emotionally void. They will have difficulty bonding with you because of their toxicity and dysfunction. And they try to accuse you of not being able to bond with them. No matter how healthy you are, they're going to blame you for their emotional inabilities.
That they have, they think that way because they bond with people not as with humans as subjects. They bond with humans as objects because they think they own them. So that's why they try to, they think that they understand and accept that concept of pair bonding that animals do.
Okay. Request. Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thanks very much for accepting the request.
What did you want to say?
I wanted to ask about the situation where a partner of mine said that she was very male-brained about it. Okay? Like when it was time for it, she just wanted to get it done, get on with it. She enjoys it and everything, but she's just very sort of like, let's go, let's do it, right? So for me, I need a bit of time. Like I need a moment, really, before I can just like get on with it and do it or whatever. And I ended up feeling like I just wasn't being man enough. You know, like it just made it sound as though she just needed someone to like be ready right there and then whenever she was to go for it, right? But I'm not really like that so much, you know? I mean, it seems in my head that taking it slowly is not only the right thing to do, but I think I am a bit more like someone who would take it slowly. Is that a dilemma? Am I just making this into more than I need to?
You just need to communicate how you like it.
Yeah.
Are you having a problem communicating?
We're pretty good at communicating. I mean, I will admit that there are some.
No, it seems like you're having a problem because you're bringing that you want to take things slower, want to ease into sex slower. You're bringing it as a problem here, as though you were having a problem communicating it and having her understand.
Well, I have expressed it to her, but that hasn't necessarily changed the fact of the matter. Is that she is someone who likes it a certain way, and I like it a little bit slower, right? So she may know, but then
it seems like you did not have enough communication before commitment, which is not what I advise. Body count doesn't matter. How many people you did in the past is irrelevant. What
Right.
is relevant is how much communication you're going to have before committing to somebody to make sure you commit to somebody who is aligned and compatible. You're speaking of a sexual incompatibility, which tells me you didn't have enough discussions before commitment. You dove into this and then worked your way backwards, hoping they were
To an extent, yeah. I
they were
mean,
going to
that's,
be compatible.
yeah.
Hoping they were going to be compatible, only to find out you now have incompatibilities because of a lack of communication before getting together. So now you are seeing that you like it this way and she likes it that way. You don't need to change. She doesn't need to change. You need to find a compatible partner. So you break up with her, you let her go because you communicated, this is how I like it. And she's like, I don't care. I want it my way. So get rid of her, break up with her, and going forward, use my methodology to find a compatible partner by having all the important discussions before commitment. So
Okay.
this is the book that's going to help you heal from the breakup
All right.
and select the right partner the next time by ensuring you're having enough discussions and enough observation, because it doesn't matter what they say, what matters is what they do. So if they
Okay.
say, I will be interested in understanding what makes you happy, and then you
Right.
communicate something that would make you happy, and they ignore what you communicated,
Right.
it translates into the bedroom.
It doesn't stop us doing it though. You know what I mean? Like we still do it at that point. It's just that
What?
for me in my head, I've got this thing now that like it's not quite the way she wants it. It's not as though that she like puts up a wall or anything. She's like she's up for it. You know.
What
This,
you told me is you communicated how you like to have your sex.
Yeah.
And she doesn't care because she's not listening. So
she still
don't
wants
be
it the way she
somebody-
wants it. True,
I'm
but she doesn't
talking.
stop.
Don't be with somebody who doesn't listen.
Okay.
Don't be with somebody who doesn't care. You made a mistake. So get rid of the mistake and then get yourself somebody who listens and cares.
Okay. One more question, if I may.
Sure.
What happens if there are other elements in the relationship that are really good, and this one is the one that's a bit shaky?
Well, how is indifference to your needs and pleasure make everything else really good?
Well, we are very good in terms of emotional support. We both have
I
kids.
said, how is indifference
Right.
to needs and pleasure make everything else good? I'm just going to gaslight myself about all of this and ignore my needs and pleasure, ignore how they ignore when I communicate what I need.
Yeah. Okay. All right then. Thank you.
You can get emotional support from other sources.
I mean, yes and no. I mean, do you mean like in terms of therapy?
Therapy, friends, like whatever emotional support. Your girlfriend should not be your therapist, by the way.
I'm not suggesting that she is, but when we have problems, we air those problems with each other, and sometimes we talk about them
Right.
and we help each other. I mean, that's,
Right.
that's
So you communicate, but communicating, I'm talking, you said emotional support. You get emotional support from her.
sure.
So what I'm saying is you can get, I get emotional support from my friends.
Right.
I don't need a romantic partner for emotional support in my life.
Right. I mean, I think that's all well and good if you have those options. I don't particularly. I mean, the friends that I have.
But that's your own doing though.
Of
You can
course.
create friendships where you get emotional support. I'm just saying, you said from this relationship, Chantal asked you, other than this, what makes the lack of whatever it is that's going on in the sex department, what
Yeah.
makes that,
That was just the first
anything
thing
else?
that came to mind. Yeah.
Can you
absolutely.
like let people finish their sentences? Like honestly, you talk over Chantal and now you're talking over me and we're trying to communicate things to you.
Honestly, there's just a bit of a delay. Go ahead. I will pause. Carry on.
I'm done. It's okay.
Question. I just wanted to ask, what answer did you expect when you joined?
That's a good question. To be honest, I expected the answer of an expert, quotation marks, because that's what I see Chantel as. That's really what I was looking for, and that's, I didn't have in mind like, oh, I didn't really
Yes,
think
but
to myself.
let's imagine the expert says something to you. What that expert would say if you would think about it.
Right. Um, I don't know really. I don't know because I don't go into things like that with expectations necessarily, honestly. Mhm.
Just want to unpack why I'm asking this question, because
Sure.
from how you followed up when the conversation was keeping going, you
Hmm.
just showed that you actually wanted to
Right.
receive the answer that you need to either she needs to settle down or you need to settle down, and or there has to be some sort of unique way to find compromise rather than being your own human being and for her being her own human being. That's why I'm asking, because I think that underlying thought that you already had is something about that rather than what you've had.
So that is a really unique perspective that hadn't even occurred to me. I will say, given that you put it that way, I will say that I was hoping the answer would be one at which I could work with, right? I didn't want the answer to be, oh, that's it. You know what I mean? Yeah, I wanted the answer to be something that we could
Thing
work with.
is, that's why I bring this up. You received the answer that you can work with it, because it's not you both working with it, it's you specifically working with it. You need to be happy, you need to find compatible partner, you need to find fulfilling awesome relationships, not that you need to do something for those relationships. Because from what you are saying right now, you are thinking about this situation and dynamic only from the perspective as you depend on that person rather than you are on your own a human being.
So
I mean,
I want to just say the solution is not getting into a relationship and then trying to change somebody. The solution is understanding who somebody is before you commit to a relationship so that there isn't anything to change about them.
okay, and I will say that I was following you for quite a while on various platforms, and I became familiar with the 3-month rule. And I must say, I find it very difficult. And I know that when you were speaking one time, you said, that's your choice, really. You can either take the time to get to know someone or you throw the dice. And
Right.
then maybe it works out, maybe it doesn't. So I guess I'm in that situation now, yeah.
So now you understand what happens when you throw the dice. It's a gamble. And when we buy a lotto ticket, we pay our money. In other words, we make an investment of commitment.
Right.
And then we find out if we wasted our time and resources, right? If we paid for a lotto ticket, but it's not a winning ticket. So that money is gone. Your time, your resources are gone, wasted on a gamble. I don't teach gambling. I teach observation before selection. If you
Okay.
need to change them, don't pick them.
Right. I mean, I can't deny how sound the advice is. I have to think of 3 months as getting to know someone. And I'm struggling a lot with the whole dating thing in general and finding a person, that in of itself, it's not just like going out on the date and getting to know someone. It's getting to the point where you've met someone. That is also a challenge.
Wait a second, you were proposed the book that answers all your questions. Why do you say like it's difficult,
Well, I guess
or
I
you
have to
don't
get
know
the
what
book
to
first,
do?
don't I? I mean, that's the thing. I don't have the book, do I? But I mean, yes, I would. I guess, as you say, I would need to look at the book to learn. Yes.
What do you think is difficult about the methodology?
Impulse control.
So, I would say that when I'm getting to know someone in terms of romantically, it generally is a relatively organic, what's the word? Fueling. Like the relationship goes the way it goes, and no one's ever going to be perfect, and you find some things that you relate to and you're compatible with, and
So
maybe
are you unable to like it sounds like you're not in control of your own experience.
I don't know really what that means. I don't know how to answer that really.
Well, the way you just said it just kind of happens and it's
Well,
just
as the
organic. Like you're
relationship,
just bobbing along the river with no
well, not
authority over
quite.
your own life and
Yeah, not
body.
quite. Obviously, there are parameters, there are boundaries. Of course, there are. But even
Well,
within those
that's what you're
boundaries,
saying. I can only respond to what you're saying, and that's what you
sure.
said. So maybe like make sure that the words you use are conveying what you really mean. And now we're kind of circling back to the communication issue that we were talking
Sure.
about at the beginning.
So I'll tell you one reason why there is a bit of that going on is that I am always so conscious of time being tight, right? So
No,
I feel like I have
I
to
want you
dump
to
all of
just
this out as
answer
quickly as
I just
possible.
want you to give me a direct. I mean, Chantal nailed it. She said impulse control. That's what
Right.
you were basically alluding to. Is
Uh-huh.
that what's difficult? You wanna kiss and have sex, and you have a hard time controlling that.
Well, here's the thing, right? Not necessarily. When the time comes for that, then yes, I want to do that. But it's not like I want to do that. You know what I mean? It's different
So
for
you can
everybody.
control yourself. So you can
Oh
control
yes,
yourself.
for sure,
Okay,
yeah.
so then what is difficult about the methodology?
So it's not that I'm not controlling myself. If I meet someone and we romantically go
What
down
is the
roads of what we
difficult
want,
part of the methodology? I'd like a straight answer. You said you find the methodology is difficult. What makes it difficult?
because there
Like,
often comes a point before the 3 months that both of you want to do it.
The
and you
impulse
can control
control.
yourself.
Difficulties, the impulse control. I don't have enough data, but she's willing to let me hop on her body, so let's go.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm. Okay. All
Yeah.
right. Sure. Yeah.
It's
Fair
not a
enough.
it's not a difficult methodology. You just have an issue with impulse control. That's a you problem. And I think that this whole conversation is a great invitation for you to look at yourself and look at how you communicate, what choices you make, how you take responsibility for your choices or not, like all of that.
Mm-hmm.
Unpack all of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
Mentions that from what you've said, you are specifically describing that you are controlled by your emotions and affectuation rather than your own logic and being logical within the system of building relationship dynamic.
So I will tell you that is. I wish I could see what your name is. I thank you very much for your comments, all of you. Honestly, I would tell you that often in life, in my life in general, I tend to go the emotional route because I don't feel like it's fair for me to hold it all in, be robotic somehow, and not express myself when I have emotion.
Nobody is saying that, my love. When you follow my methodology, your expressions are verbal, they're communicated instead of sexual, touching. So you can say, I really like you, I really appreciate you, I feel very fond of you, I have warm, fuzzy feelings towards you. I'm very much looking forward to finding out how compatible we are, to see if we will start a physical relationship. You can absolutely communicate that. You don't have to pause somebody in order to
Okay.
communicate that.
Okay. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Okay.
Let me do
Point out the wrong thought that you already said that you don't want to hold it in, but you are not holding it in when you are going alongside your emotions. But while right now your emotions are dragging you through life, it's not the way.
Okay.
just
All
so
right.
you know, men who have followed this methodology have told me that they appreciate how much it enhances communication because they have to find ways other than touching to communicate their thoughts and feelings.
Mm-hmm. And just as I'm now beginning to remember other things about the 3 month rule, as far as I understand it, you advocate dating in general during that 3 month period. You're not solo one-on-one, are you?
No kissing, no sex, no sleepovers, no exclusivity for minimum 3 months.
But you can date others while you're dating who
No
like
exclusivity.
oh, no exclusivity. I heard you. Right, sorry. Right. Okay. Okay. That's very good. Okay. You've all been very helpful.
Wait a second, it's not all the methodology. There is a vetting process that Chantal teaches you in books.
Yeah.
So you need to know whole methodology. It's not only about those rules.
Show me
What-
that title again, please. The
what
perfect
you-
play.
So it's not just you understanding what you want and what you need, it's also what questions to ask and what to look for.
Okay. Okay. And are there audiobooks too, Chantal?
This one is not an audiobook yet,
Okay. All right. I will
but
look
it's a
out
very
for-
quick, easy read. All the chapters are very short and sweet because I'm very concise when I'm speaking to men.
Okay. Okay, thanks. That's funny how you put it that way. Very good. Okay. Thank you so much for your time, all of you.
You're welcome, my love. Come back anytime, okay?
Cheers. I'm going to watch for a bit if that's all right. Yeah.
And
Sure.
I just wanted to add, Wei, I know that you were, when you said something about having to hold back your emotions and stuff, you were talking about dating and methodology, but I
Mm.
just, what really tweaked me when you said that was like realize that this this belief that that males have that they can't express themselves, they you know, they can't be emotional, that's the patriarchy, right?
Right.
Other males are telling you that. And there may be some indoctrinated women who will think that way because again they're indoctrinated in the patriarchy.
Right.
But most women, most healthy women and men will be more than happy. Like we want you to be emotionally available and emotionally healthy.
Yeah.
And you know, repressing your emotions doesn't make a healthy person. So just another thing to think about.
Yes.
And
No,
you
thank
should
you.
be with somebody who is totally okay with you being, you know, emotionally available and vulnerable and sharing all of those things.
And
So I worry that that isn't actually the case, though. You know, I hear that so much, you know, and I wish it was the case. But I feel as though there's also just as many people saying, no, you shouldn't be crying, you're a man. So
Yeah,
again,
but
I
don't,
agree
yeah,
it's
but then you
patriarchal and so
don't,
on.
but again, like, that's the patriarchy. That's what I
Yeah.
just said.
Yeah,
There
no, I
will be
agree with
some
that.
women who are also indoctrinated and socialized that way, but you just don't date those people.
Right.
That's part of the vetting process. Is it
Yeah.
safe for me to be myself with this person? Is this person safe for me to communicate my truth and my feelings? Is
Sure.
this person safe for me to be emotional with? And if they're not, you reject them. That's just
Right.
like we say block and delete somebody who cares about body count. That's
Right.
the vetting process. So you don't select somebody, have sex with them, and then hope that they fit you and then wail and moan when they don't. You use the methodology, you get to know them, you vet them, and you choose somebody who you're safe to be yourself completely with, emotional and everything. And when you don't, you just go on with yourself in your
Right.
life and
Yes.
create other kinds of relationships and communications.
For sure. No, absolutely. So very well put. Thank you. No, I agree.
That's it is that we are, as humans, we evolved through a long period of time, and a lot of this were intertwined with social connections. And if it's true that men shouldn't cry or whatever, then we would have to evolve that way. And if we have those emotions and we have those expressions of emotions, it means that they have to be there. It's not that they are correct. They are just
Right.
trying to put you aside from the nature of your body, and it doesn't work well when you are
Sure.
going against yourself.
Sure. Yeah. Gosh, I could also raise a few
Remember,
points about that, but carry on.
yeah, just remember, you know, change, like literally, this is like, I mean, it's probably on t-shirts, but it's so true. Change starts with you. So
Okay.
be the person that you want more of in the world.
Right. I like that. I do actually. I always do keep that in mind, and I try to anyway keep that in mind all the time. And about trying to be true to yourself, and you know, not changing just because that you know that's what the system says to do. There are things we do change, though, aren't there? Even though it's not natural. So we change the way we talk, we change the way we communicate with people because we know that that's not appropriate. So we do it another way, right? So I'm just thinking along those lines. You know, sometimes we do have to adapt somehow to the situation. So does that apply to what we're talking about? I guess is what I'm.
Oh, it doesn't apply because communication and skill of communication is something that is not natural for humans in general. Our communication was very basic, and we had probably almost always sounds that we then evolved to be words, and then words we built a social construct around that. But with emotions, it's such an early system that developed in ourselves that we cannot change it, to be honest. We can adapt to it and we can go alongside it, which means that you need to find proper ways to express it and proper ways to process it. And when we are talking about expression, it can be verbal, non-verbal, and actions.
Sure.
When you are willing to cry, you not always can cry. You can verbalize this, but
Sure.
still it's very good to cry. So it's about different ways to express emotions and process emotions. But at the same time, when you will start crying and someone will say to you, the men don't cry, or you shouldn't be crying regardless of your gender, it's just that they feel themselves uncomfortable with your emotions.
Yeah.
It's not about you and your nature.
Sure. Yes, I agree with you. Absolutely. Thank you. Yeah. It's a tough place that I'm in now, given all that. But
Hey,
touch
are
and
you
go.
tapping on the screen?
I am. Yeah. Is that
Okay,
right?
because I appreciate you wanting to tap on the screen for her, but I can we can hear it tick 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 tick
Oh,
tick
do
tick.
you really? Okay.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, yeah.
Okay. Super cool. Good stuff. All right, guys. I will hang out for a while, and I have no doubt I will be back. Yes. It's very good knowing that you're here, and you were so like receptive and open to chatting. It's awesome. Really.
I
Your
mean,
turn.
that's the kind of goal of the goal of her page is to teach, to educate, right? And
Yeah.
like even though the word debate there, we're happy to debate body count when people have facts, but they really don't. They never do. It's always just like,
Yeah. I mean, I
this
think
might, in my mind, it's just opinions and feelings and insecurities, so we don't really get any actual debates, which is fine. That's not the
well,
purpose of her platform.
I mean, about body count, I think there's this illusion that there is, I presume it's an illusion, not that I would know, that there is a physical deterioration of some kind in the person who has, and I'm not referring to women specifically by any means, but that's, I think, the illusion, that there's physically a deterioration through having had several partners, many partners, whatever. Is that valid, or is that just like again another like myth that's just been built up to support the theory?
It's not. No, I mean it's not valid. It's something that they think. They think that sex deteriorates, as you say, people emotionally and physically and mentally, but it's not true
Right.
in any way. It doesn't have to be. Anything can hurt you, anything can damage you, and anything can be a positive. It's all depends on the person and the experience.
And I
And that's
think
why you have to get
Add to this
that's
scientific data, because
let me just finish my
yes,
let me just
yes,
finish my
sure.
sentence. I just wanted to finish with that's why no, I lost it. Never mind.
if it comes back to you, come back in.
Yeah,
Okay.
you can interrupt me if you will get back to it. I just wanted to say that there is a scientific data that it's not about sexual activity in any shape, way, or form. It's about the attitude of the person towards the sexual activity.
Sure.
And the interesting part is when the attitude of the person is healthy and they have a good attitude, they think that it is good for themselves, they think that they know what they are doing, they know how to reject person, even in the middle of the act, and say that it's okay, I want to stop and everything like that, they will feel themselves awesome. It will be only helpful for their emotional state, and for body it will always be good. Nevertheless, doesn't matter what are the attitudes of the person. And on the contrary, when the person is indoctrinated, when they are taught that it is bad for you, you shouldn't do that, and they have a lot of psychological things that are coupled in their mind when they think that I did something bad, etc., etc.,
Yeah.
it will be bad for them. So it's about teaching people to be having the proper attitude towards sexual activity, and not indoctrinate them with religion and saying that you shouldn't do that till the marriage, etc., because they still do that, but they ruin their emotional intelligence, or they
Yeah.
create unnecessary stress for themselves.
I have the thought that the topic is going to come up whether you like it or not. So how do you practically, tangibly, do you
Oh,
just pretend it's not there
no.
and you don't mention it, or do you talk about it? What do you do?
No, listen, I'm 52. I have never asked anybody their body count. It's never occurred to me to ask. I didn't even know it was a thing
And
until
if they asked
TikTok,
you, what would you
until
do?
these lives, and nobody has ever asked me.
Really? Like, I don't
No,
mean asked.
never.
Has it never come up?
Never. Why
Wow.
would it?
I don't know, but it has. Yeah, I can honestly say it has. And it's not that
So
it
if
came
it
up for us.
has, if somebody asks you your body count, you block and delete them because this is one of the main points of this live is to make people understand that there's no healthy reason for asking about body count. So
Right,
when
right,
somebody asks you your body count, it is a red flag of a
right.
toxic mentality.
Right. It wasn't like a
There's and
question.
we've
The topic just came up, and then we started talking about it. And we both agreed that it wasn't a big deal, but we also both spoke to each other about our body counts. So I
Yeah,
don't know,
but
did
that's
that come up?
different. That's different. Like if
Yeah.
you're in a relationship, if you're in, I gotta change my earbuds. If you're in a relationship and you start discussing it like months and months down the road, you're just talking about it. That's not what we're talking about. We're
Right.
talking about
Okay.
people
Yeah.
who go on dates and ask everybody like what their
Yeah.
body count
That's out
is
of order.
before
Absolutely.
making a decision to be
Yeah,
with
it's
them. You
totally
see
out.
what I'm
I
saying?
agree with you. Yeah. Yeah. Fair enough. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. I mean, on the element of religion, I have recently heard a theory that the reason we scream, "Oh God," is because we're supposed to be doing it. Like it's not a bad thing. Like it's not a naughty thing. It's actually something that is healthy and good for you in a healthy relationship, and it's something that should be done. And apparently, Mary Magdalene advocated this, and that's part of the reason why she was like disgraced the way she was, because none of it was actually true. She was never a streetwalker. She was actually quite a prominent and advocate of women's rights and outspoken, and because of that, men felt threatened, and men wanted the attention, and she was getting all the attention. So they made up these stories about her. But anyway, yes, that's an on the side. I find the theory fascinating. Yeah. I didn't mean to silence you all.
But if you
Hope
want to
not.
bring another
I mean, I
question
think the
or
idea of it being positive is something that we lack in society in general. People seem to think it's not that it's a bad thing, but it's a bit of a naughty thing, and it's not a healthy thing. Like to be happy about the fact that you have a sex life. It's almost as though like you're not supposed to talk about it, you're not supposed to mention it. But on the other hand, it is really very good for you, I believe. Anyway.
history and how we evolved as our society evolved, because it was a point of how to divide those that upper class from the down class, because that upper class, it was always that people did that, but those that are in upper class always searched for things to divide themselves from that down class and the low class people, and low class people didn't care and they didn't create illusions, while the upper class created etiquette and they need to behave in a certain way, certain manner, and they don't need to do those things and those things, and how they found what things they want to descend them from, and they descend them from those things that they seen in that lower class because they want to feel themselves superior.
Right.
Holds up, and history just goes along the way that people always want to move to that upper class, and right now we just having a lot of that bullshit around because that just merged all together because those class systems get dismantled with time.
Oh, yeah, it's crazy what's going on these days. So may I ask how you all came to be here? Like, how come you guys are all up on the screen and chatting with Chantel? Is it all because you had, like, you've been doing this a while and you're like Chantel's kind of like associates and friends and colleagues in terms of like talking about this? Or have you just arrived today like I did?
I would like to say that I'm Chantel's friend, but
Okay.
I'm here already for half a year or more even. And firstly, I came because I'm a very knowledgeable person in psychology and veterinary medicine, and I know a lot about human history and
Okay.
like a lot of stuff. And basically, when I came here, I didn't hear about body count because it's something that is predominantly for Western culture, and they think about those delusions and they play those games. We don't do that here. But anyway, I was like probably there has to be scientific data about this. Everything has to be about everything. We already have scientific data. Then I went to do my research, and in Google Scholar, in different sites, I was reading out articles, and I was amazed. Really, there are no any proof about body count, etc. And I was like, oh, okay, I will just watch because it's interesting and I love how it's going. And then I seen that there is like a niche that I can feel that there has to be someone who is scientist who can read articles very quickly, precisely, and tell specifically about psychological stuff. And I came up once and then again and then again, and I love to debunk stuff. I love to give psychological advices to people if I think that there is something to add. Typically, I'm silent because a lot of things are said by Diane, Ripple, or Chantel. They're very smart, and I'm not needed. But if I feel that I have something to add, I always try to.
Right, right. Well, that sounds like a very positive friend to make, yes. And the rest of yourselves, are you here also sort of longer term than myself?
Go
Oh,
ahead, Ripple.
I was gonna say I've been here for oh God, almost 3 years maybe.
Oh,
And
holy cow.
yeah, I've been a student of Chantal's and have become a friend and have read many of her books and practiced her methodology and teach her methodology and
Uh-huh.
just basically am here to help her in any way that I can because I
Wow.
believe in what she's doing.
So are any of you a newbie like myself to the channel and to Chantal? I mean, I know I've been following you for a long time, Chantal, but it's the first time I've sort of taken a step in to talk to you and your colleagues, your friends, I guess. Anyone else new like me? You just welcomed me in. I mean, it's just awesome.
I want you to understand that we have a certain criteria for sustaining a conversation with somebody like we did with you. And the criteria is you need to hear what we say, not talk at us as though you're not here to learn anything. We've enjoyed this conversation with you because you have an open mind. You have good communication skills. Communication skills isn't just talking, it's also listening. You have a deep desire to understand, and you've shown so much respect for us. We appreciate that.
Thank you so much for saying that. That's such a good thing to say. Such a good thing to say.
It's a good thing for you to be, and that's why we like you here. And when anybody comes here being that way, we love talking to them and we love educating them because we feel heard and understood. We want to understand you. We want to help you solve your problems.
Wow. And how often do you come across people who perhaps aren't as... And I know initially I wasn't being as patient as I should be, and I thank you for your patience, all of you, in tolerating that. But how often do you come up with people who are perhaps a bit too much when it comes to impatient and rude and so forth? Does that happen?
Several times a day.
Really? Right.
But it doesn't bother me because what I teach is to accept the person in front of you. So acceptance means I gather the data and then I move appropriately based on the data. I'm not offended if you're an offensive person. I just remove you because the data tells me I shouldn't have you around.
There you go. Yeah.
And that's what it is to be observant. Go on, Diane.
I'm sorry, love. I was just going to say, Chantal is always practicing what she preaches. So the way she handles people on the panel is the way she's suggesting people handle others in life and on dates. And sometimes she gives more grace on the panel than we should be giving to people in real life, right? Because she's proving a point and she's teaching. But she's always practicing what she preaches. And that's one of the reasons that I've hung around for as long as I have. We have a lot of similarities. I like the way she conducts herself. I like that she is for empowering people and solution focused instead of problem focused, right? This isn't a space
Uh-huh.
for trauma dumping. We're
Yeah,
here
yeah.
to come up with solutions and help people. So all of those things are things that I admire and like, and that's why I'm still here.
Right, right. Yeah. Well said.
And
Absolutely.
I love these people that you're seeing, Ripple, Diane, Dio, because they bring intelligence and they bring knowledge and they bring insight. And so they really back up what I say.
Right.
And I love that help. For me, these are co-hosts because they're such wonderful helpers because they think of things I'm not thinking of the time. They ask questions to get deeper into what people are thinking and feeling. I love that Dio studies psychology and he's so good at research because he's really good at debunking people quite quickly.
Right, right, yeah. And how many of you have, or actually, let me put it another way. Which of the books that Chantel has produced is your favorite that you've found the most useful for yourselves?
We can ask the chat as well because there's
Yeah,
several
sure.
people here who've read several of my books. So
Yeah, yeah.
add them in the chat. I'm going to say my favorite book in the stack is Fix That Shit.
Yeah, I remember you talking about that.
Yeah, because this helped, like what I did here made me a better human being. And as a better human being, I now have better relationships with people.
Okay, okay, yeah. I mean, better human being, that's a big thing to say, right? I mean, like, what kind of criteria makes people better? Isn't that something?
Take the criteria is taking responsibility for your own thoughts, emotions, and behaviors.
That's the huge part, absolutely.
That's
But then does that mean that they're lesser because they can't or don't?
It means they're lesser because they won't,
Won't. That's the one, isn't it? Yeah.
right? Won't take accountability for their imagination and the emotions they give themselves. They prefer to blame other people.
Yeah. I have read that actually that the using can't is just basically like you're just trying to shift the blame onto someone else. You know, it's not that you can't do it, it's that you're choosing not to do it.
With the methodology, right? Like you were saying earlier. I just
Yeah.
can't do it.
Yeah. I'm in a tough spot medically at the moment with a physical injury that has me unable to move around. So that is also quite taxing, and I must ask you for your forgiveness if that ever comes through. It's quite a frustrating position, and I'm left really just, you know, turning my thoughts over and over and thinking about such things. So it's really marvelous to be able to talk with other people who can help out. Yeah.
We're here for that. And do you know what I call that? When you come here and you feel helped out by myself and the people that are here in the panel, do you know what I call that?
Go on.
Matriarchy.
Right. She's a god. God's a she.
Well, matriarchy means we work together for the better peace of all of us. That's matriarchy.
Elephants do that.
100% yes. And don't forget, they drive off the young males. Right?
It amazes me that they remember everything. Everywhere they go, everything they do, they just put it in their head, and they know how to get back to where they like. It's I think mammals, sea mammals do this as well, I believe. You know, dolphins and whales and so on. Yeah.
Yeah. Any other questions for us, Milo?
I think I'm good for now. That's quite a lot. Yeah, that was great. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Fine. We're here for you, okay?
Cheers. Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Bye now. Take care.
Bye. Amphibian, hi.
Hello, how are you? Very
Hello.
interesting conversation that you're having. I just saw the title, Body Count Doesn't Matter, and it really talks to me as I am a dating coach, and it's one of the topics that really frustrates me with my clients because they put so much importance on it when it's like completely not the point that you should see in a human being in front of you.
Would you like some talking points to help your clients see things differently?
I was actually wanted to comment something to see if you saw the interviews between Bonnie Blue and Andrew Tate.
No, I didn't.
I don't know if you know these
No.
people.
How did that go? I know who they are. How did that interview go? Did you watch it?
So Bonnie Blue, it's a porn.
Yeah, I know who they are. I said, did you?
Yeah, and I found it super interesting and in a connection with.
So what happened in the interview?
Excuse me, it cut it. I
What
didn't heard.
happened in the interview?
Well, Bonnie Blue, it's a porn actress,
I know who
and she
they
actually
are.
talks about.
I know who they are. I asked
Ah.
you what happened
Okay.
in the interview. Can you get to that part?
Well, what happens is like, yeah, when people like Andrew Tate gets confronted with her, you can sense that all the game that he's playing gets destroyed, because in a way he's being challenged, and I don't know how to explain it, but it's kind of like she's so intelligent, and she made kind of a transformation inside of him and also in the viewers, and people kind of feel uncomfortable. And I think is these type of interviews that help men question themselves. So if I don't know if you understand what I try to.
I do. Yes. Yeah.
I,
So what do
it was
you
just that.
what do you say to the clients who say body count matters?
Well, I asked them why do you think that, and everyone has a different opinion. Some is because of religion, other is just because they find this kind of disgusting, and we try to kind of go to the bottom of things. And at the end, is always because they have this fear of expressing their femininity. At the end, is always about that. It's kind of.
What do you call femininity, my love? Expressing their femininity? Like what you consider their femininity?
Well, I feel like we have all this polarity that it goes from. I don't like these words like femininity and
You use it.
masculinity.
I'm asking you what you call their femininity. What aspect of them? Is it their emotional aspect? Is it their thoughts?
The emotional aspect, how to communicate what they are feeling.
So you call communicating your feelings a feminine thing to do?
No, it's like I just use the language that they use. But for me, emotions are more something that is less tangible, right? It's more like vapor,
Right.
instead of something that is more solid, like logic, for example.
Right.
What? You just called illogical feminine, but logical masculine?
Well, the way I view things.
I just asked specifically, not about the view. You just said that something is more logical is masculine, but something that is out of touch, somewhere there in the skies, is more feminine. That's what you try to convey.
No, this is not what I believe. This is just like the status quo of my clients when they come and they try to explain.
Forcing their opinion on that, and that's why you are talking in those terms?
No, I just meet them in that point, and then I explain them that it's not like that. This is just terms, and then we put some connotations on them, but they are not real. And the way of seeing it is more in a way that is okay. This is an element. This element should be more gas type or more solid type. More solid would be more logical, more structured, and more gaseous. I don't know if we say like that in English.
But wait a second, you are just saying that you are trying to create stereotypes for the people in order for them to easier grasp reality of the dynamics of the relationships and the dynamic of their psychological processes. But it's actually not a very good thing to do. I don't understand why do you think that it is a good thing to do?
What exact? Can you just like repeat the question, please? Sorry.
You are using stereotypization to compartmentalize the people's behavior around relationships and within themselves. It's not a good thing to do. Why do you think it's a good thing?
But I don't understand why you say that. I say that.
You say that logical is solid, but something that is emotional is gas. It's stereotypization. It
This whole
doesn't work well.
conversation is giving me a headache. What are we doing? Solids, gas, femininity, masculinity, body count matters. It doesn't matter. What is actually happening right now? Are you in a long-term relationship?
Who are you talking to? To me?
You. Yeah.
Yes, I do. I've
How
been
long have
in
you been in your relationship?
It's been 3 years, and before that, I've been in a
3
5-year
years.
relationship. Yes.
Okay, we're done.
It was very painful for me too, but I'm sorry if I asked those questions because it's for me is something that is sounds disgusting because I think that he is hurting people, and it's like a bad thing. I don't understand what he was talking about even.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, Dio. You have nothing to apologize for. Your questions were warranted.
I wasn't even tracking the conversation. I have no idea what he was talking about. I checked out.
Minimum years of dating to be a quality dating coach. So, I don't think you're qualified to do something you haven't achieved. So if you haven't been in a long-term relationship, it means you haven't sustained a relationship long enough to understand how to navigate difficulties, get over difficulties, and create something long-term and healthy. So minimum would be at least 5 years of a happy, committed relationship, not 5 years in a relationship, not 5 years in fighting, not 5 years and not understanding each other, not 5 years with dysfunction, 5 years of happy and healthy. At least, because you, as a dating coach, right, a pickup artist is selling short term. I'm going to help you find somebody for the short term. That's a pickup artist. A dating coach should be, I teach you how to close the loop, how to find the right person and also be the right person to the extent that it is happy and healthy and long term. So if you don't have happy, healthy, and long term, I think under 5 years is a shorter term. So if you haven't been in it long enough and made it work in a happy, healthy way for at least 5 years, I don't know that you're qualified to guide people to long term because you don't have that history yourself. So you're saying, trust me, bro, I never had long term, but I'll teach you how to get long term. And I don't do trust me, bro. I want to learn from the people who've achieved and been successful.
I'm fine to have the conversation that he initially came up here to have, which is talking about how his clients bring up body count. We could have navigated that. We could have had a conversation about how to navigate those conversations with the clients, but it was just going all over the place and nowhere at the same time. So if we could have stuck to one point and had an actual conversation, I wouldn't have dropped you, but we weren't having a conversation about anything.
Just want to let you know the word is stereotyping. I think you said stereotypization, but you were struggling with it. It's stereotyping.
Much.
But bro, there's no but bro. There's no but bro at all. Ladies, men, I want you to know it's never about what the other person wants. It's about what you want. We don't need to pick people and then bend ourselves. We need to pick the right person that's a good fit. And that comes from observation before selection.
Chantal, do you remember that guy that came up one time and was like telling us about this book he wrote, and we went and looked it up and it wasn't him? Do you remember that?
Vaguely.
Remember that. I remember that.
This was giving me the same vibes, not gonna lie. It felt like the same person.
Always what way? Always what? I always need like a definition of what it is that you're asking. Things like it or that leave me confused because I don't know what you're referring to. Don't you sometimes put the person first? No, I put the right person first, right? So I picked the right person, my man. I'm with the right person. I have nothing to change about them. So do I put my husband first? At times, yes. Do I put myself first? At times. But I don't pick the wrong person and then put them first.
Also doing that because I've thought about this, right? I actually recently, you're doing it because it pleases you. So you're also choosing yourself in that moment, even though, you may be doing something you don't necessarily want to do because you're doing it for them and that's what they want. At the end of the day, you're doing it because you want to do that for them. So you're still choosing yourself in those cases.
I am rewarded because I picked the sort of person that never leaves a feeling of gratitude, go unrewarded. So my husband sees me, put him first. He hears me ask him every day, is there something I can do for you? Because if he wanted me to go do something, I would shut down my live stream early and go do that for him. And he's grateful for that. And he does wonderful things for me because he's grateful for all the things I do for him. So when you pick the right person, your efforts are they're not for nothing. Your efforts always bring you more because in the right relationship, there's an abundance of generosity. So when I put my husband first, out of my abundance of generosity for what's important to him, he puts me first out of his abundance of generosity.
Thinking of this because, like with my mom, I see her at least once a week. So once a week I go do groceries with her, run errands, sometimes more often, take her to appointments. Do I want every Saturday to be about doing stuff for my mom? No. But like I have other things I'd rather be doing it. But it's what is right for me to do. You know what I mean? And so I was thinking about that actually on my long drive home on Saturday. And that's what I kind of came to the conclusion at is that I'm still, even though what I'm doing is not what I want to be doing in that moment, I'm still doing what I know is right and what I think I want to do. Yeah.
And it's rewarding too because the efforts are for somebody who appreciates them.
Of course.
So in the right relationship, there's an emotional reward when we are of service to the other person.
But I mean, yeah, of course it makes it better because I know she appreciates it. If she didn't, it would suck even more. I think it's more that like I don't think I would be able to live with myself if I wasn't doing what I'm doing.
So you're operating from guilt?
No, not guilt. More of a sense of my own sense of what's right and wrong. You know
A
what I
sense
mean?
of obligation, would you say?
Yeah, obligation. Yeah,
Can I
self-imposed obligation. Eh?
Do you feel an obligation for her for all the things that she did for you and you feel it's your time to pay it back?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think obligation might be a bit heavier of a word than I would say. I just think it's the cycle of life. And I think that when you have parents who've taken care of, I don't think the same thing when your parents have been abusive.
Right.
But I think when you've had good parents, I think it's the cycle of life. Yeah, I can't imagine not taking care of the person who took care of me for the first 25 years of my life and still takes care of me in many ways. You know what I mean?
Oh, so this person says body count matters to them because they make up stories in their head, right? He's going to create a belief without evidence. He's going to ask you for a number, make up a story, whatever story he wants to make up based on the number, and then believe his own delusional story and think an intelligent, mature woman is going to pick a storyteller. Colin, you're not the selection, you're a block and delete. Do you think that can come with maturity, or is it in their nature? What is that, Lydia? When you use the word that, what characteristic are you referring to?
Brought Reggie up.
Oh,
Hi, Lydia. I didn't even notice.
hi. Sorry about that.
I'm sorry, it's all good.
I didn't know what to say. I actually wanted to come here for advice.
Okay, I'm here for it. What's your question?
Yes. So right now, I am currently pursuing this girl. We go to the same dog park, and we've been going to the same place for like a while now. And I got up, I asked her out, this and that, and fast forward, we go on a date. Then we had like a really nice conversation. Then it goes to like body count. I told her that what her past is like your past. Like it doesn't really have nothing to do with me. I mean, like that's just like my personal take on it. I mean, like whether you have like 5 or like 100, like it's totally like how it just has nothing to do with me. Like I just tried to like kind of play it off. But she asked my body count, and it's not really the highest. She kind of, I guess, like ghosted me when like I told her like my body count isn't the highest, like which is, I thought it was like a little weird. So like how normally do you go about that conversation, and how do you like talk about stuff like body count, I guess, because I seen your show before, and I always wanted to like jump in, but I just never really had like, I guess, the courage to do so.
Yeah. So there's 2 reasons to ask about body count. And the reason is you can discern the reason based on when they ask. So if they ask in the beginning, the reason is because they want to make up something in their head and then believe what they made up without taking the time to find out who you are. That's the reason for asking in the beginning. And that's why if somebody asks you in the beginning, that's your sign to remove them, because this person, after you gave your answer, don't you feel like they made up a story and then blocked you or removed you because of their made up story, not based on what they actually learned about you, or not even based on taking enough time to learn more about you?
Okay, that makes sense.
So that's one reason, is they want to make up a story and believe their made up story instead of taking the time to find out who you are. So that's why we block those people, because doesn't that sound dysfunctional?
Yeah, it does.
Now, the second reason to ask is after you've gotten to know somebody and you're curious. So after I got to know who my husband is, and he is all of this, I asked him out of curiosity. Now, here's the thing. I was an insecure person. My curiosity triggered my insecurity. He suffered for 10 years after I asked that question. My husband knew who I was, never bothered asking what my body count is, because he doesn't care. Because what mattered more to him than who I did is who I am. So there's a difference between asking to tell you who you are and asking out of curiosity after they've known who you are.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I appreciate that. No, because I was initially just like a little confused at first, because because like honestly, like I mean, I'm pretty open. Like I don't like go like sleeping around with like just like anybody. I mean, I
Maybe
genuinely
he
like.
does. Nobody does. No woman is just sleeping with anybody. She's not picking up a dude at the bus station. She's not tapping the shoulder of a guy in the grocery store saying, come to my
Yeah.
house after you pay for your groceries so we can have sex. Nobody is sleeping with just anybody. It's a very toxic, sexist thing to say.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
It's just not true. Do you know anybody who just sleeps with anybody without any data on the person, just taps a stranger on the shoulder, says, come back to my place, I want to do you right now? Do you know anybody who does that?
Oh, I see what you mean. That
Yeah.
makes sense.
So that
My apologies
phrase,
for the toxicity phrase.
that phrasing is very dismissive of a person's free will to choose who they want an experience with.
I understand. Okay. That was very eye-opening conversation. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Language matters.
Reggie,
About
Reggie,
emotions.
Sure.
Yes.
You started to talk about that girl at first. You sounded a little agitated and fearful. It sounded like you are fearful because of that rejection, and I was just curious why that happened, that you felt so much emotional, like aftertaste after that situation.
Well, I mean, honestly, like when we got to know each other, I got to, connect with her a little bit more, and I didn't know what would matter to her in the sense of like, stuff like body count. And honestly, like I thought I liked her, but I mean,
Who brought up the body count question? Was it you or her?
she brought up the body count question.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
What is the fear of? What is that agitation? Because it was specifically tied to that situation, to her rejecting you, and you were like fearful when you were expressing that. That's why I'm curious. It's not more about that you didn't know what she values or not. It's about how you perceive that dynamic went and what you think about how that situation ended.
I can see. Well, if you can like reword that question again, I didn't like really follow too much of it. If you
Because I'm not native to English, but basic,
I think,
yes.
can I help? I think Reggie, he's asking you, because when you told the story, you had like, it was like you had an emotional reaction to it, and I think Dio's trying to figure out what that emotional reaction was
Oh,
to
I guess
her
like
ghosting you over it. Is that right, Dio? Is that
What
okay?
are the
oh,
thoughts behind that emotion?
I guess it stems from more like insecurity and stuff, honestly. Like I don't really like I'm not like as social as I would want to be when it comes to like going out. I normally stay in and I hang out with like friends like here and there sometimes, but as far as like just picking a random stranger to like have a decent conversation with and like have it develop and grow, like it just like kind of it just got me a little frustrated because like it's more of a aw shucks moment. Like, I actually put in time to get to know someone and something kind of minuscule, you know, didn't like it just didn't for what it didn't like go too well.
Like a follow-up, you said that you watched Chantel for a while or for some time. Have you had a possibility to get to know her dating methodology and how to approach it, dating itself?
Well, honestly, like it just started off as just us hanging out and just like getting to know each other. Like I didn't really like
Second, I'm asking specifically about methodology. Have you thought about utilizing it, or you just went like let it go how it will go?
yeah, I just kind of let it go how it will go. But I mean, I'm open to to that theory or that way of working it.
Yeah, that's why I'm kind of asking, because what you were fearful of is rejection. But the thing is, in this situation, you would be someone who would reject if you would follow the methodology. And that means that you wouldn't have those uncomfortable emotions because you would be the selector, not the victim of her dysfunction.
But Dio, if a male rejects a female, he rejects the opportunity to have sex.
It depends what was your goal at first.
But also, I
Well,
do want to say that that's not actually necessarily true, Dio. But
It would be
he could
true
still
because
he could still be rejected using the methodology.
no, because she was the one who brought up the body count situations, and
Oh,
he
in
would
this particular,
block and
okay, I
he'd
get
leave.
you.
Yes,
Right,
yes.
I get you. Sorry.
But they won't, most of them, because they're still hoping to gain access to a body.
Oh, I wanted to say, Reggie, I picked up on your insecurity about your body count because of the way you were talking about it. Having a low body count, a high body count, it's so subjective what the person considers to be low or high. We have
yeah.
had grown males in here. I'm not going to call them men. We've had grown guys in here say that like 1 is a high body count, or a 40-year-old who said if she had sex before me, she's cheating on me when I didn't even know her. There's
No,
some
that's far-fetched.
craziness at yeah, but that's the whole point. Like, this is the toxicity involved when people care about body count. This is why part of the methodology is if somebody asks you your body count, you don't answer. You just reject that person, cut them out. The fact that you dodged a bullet, it's a good thing she ghosted you, right? But the fact that she ghosted you based on your body count number, if that's what happened, that shows you something about her, that she is not a good match for you. She is not a person that you would want to date with because of the mentality behind her question and her ghosting you for it. You see that?
Yeah.
You have to work on your insecurities about your sexual experiences so that you can be confident and everything. Work on your insecurities about everything in your life so that you can move through life in your power and not, not worrying about people rejecting you because of the sex you've had in your life,
I understand. I appreciate you saying that.
Add that Ripple was correct that in this particular situation, I am right that you would be the selector and you would reject her and you would avoid feeling hurt. But at the same time, if you would be the selector by the methodology of this Chantel, but you would be rejected, after reading that book, you would understand that it's a good thing that you are rejected because you are not compatible with that person, and it will also help you avoid that insecurity around being rejected. So maybe that is something you want to look into that.
Yes, I actually am going to look into getting the book soon. Because I do enjoy reading stuff that's like outside of comic books and like manga here and there. I finished reading this one book, Mel Robinson's The Lethem Theory, and that's been very helpful too. So I want to, I want to like get the next book too. And I see the other books you showed. I will look into those. I have audiobooks. If they come in audiobooks, I'll read those as well.
These are not audiobooks yet, but they are short and sweet. The chapters are very short and sweet. My communication is very concise and very to the point. This is my dating book for men. This is my relationship book for men that teaches you communication skills and conflict resolution skills. So when you choose the right person, you also need to be the right person.
Let me write this on my notes. Can you hold those books up again?
Yes. So The Perfect Play is my dating book for men.
Uh-huh.
And then Fix That Shit for Men is the relationship book for men that teaches you how to be functional.
Okay. Thank you.
When you pick a functional person, and you choose to be a functional person, you will have a functional relationship. No fighting, no arguing.
Thank you. I appreciate the conversation.
Yeah, anytime, my love.
Okay. I am going to sign out. I know that you have other conversations to go through. I think I just interrupted the subject you're on.
No. We love when people come and we can switch channels and talk about more things because we are very diverse. We're not a one-trick pony here.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that stuff.
Yeah, anytime. You know, your dating journey, your relationship journey, come and talk to me if you're having some difficulties and I can help you. We can help you.
Of course. Thank you.
And Reggie, there's nothing wrong with your body count, and there's nothing wrong with you being more introverted. There's nothing wrong with the way you're being at all.
Sounds like my husband. My husband is introverted. My husband has a low body count. That didn't interfere with him getting into a relationship with a wonderful human being, just like my high body count didn't interfere with me getting into a relationship with a wonderful human being.
Okay. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
It's a very eye-opening conversation. I appreciate it.
We appreciate you. That made me feel warm and fuzzy right now.
All right, y'all take care. Have an amazing rest of your day or evening.
You too, my love.
And bye-bye.
Bye. Guys, I'm gonna do a book walkthrough and then head out for the day. Get some work done.
It really, what's the word? I'm not losing sleep over it, but it's a pet peeve of mine. Like, I hate seeing males who, because I don't know which category, but I hate seeing males feel bad about themselves because they're not hard ass, because they're not toxic, you know? I hate that.
I'm with you. And I'm with you when it comes to teaching men that it's okay to be soft and gentle and thoughtful and present and confident.
Yeah. All right. Well, have a great day. Bye, Ripple. Bye, everybody.
Bye, my love. See you tomorrow.
Bye.
Ripple, see you tomorrow. My lovelies, hit the follow button. I'm going to go through each of my books, let you know how you can get them. Also instruct you on some freebies that I have. They're also very helpful. So I'm going to go through this in order. I catch you where you are. I lift you up from there. Ellie Jane, bye-bye. So Comeback Queen helps you heal faster from a breakup or divorce. No More Assholes is how you ensure the next person you choose is the right person. No More Mistakes. No More Assholes is also an audiobook, a workbook, and it is also in Spanish. Once you pick your amazing new partner, you grab after the first kiss, make your new relationship rock solid from day one. Men who want to heal from past breakups and select the right long-term relationship, you get yourself my dating book for men, The Perfect Play. Those of you who want to enhance your communication, conflict resolution skills, have a zero-fight relationship, make sure you grab Fix That Shit, deal with the baggage, deal with your thoughts, emotions, and behaviors, and become functional. So there's Fix That Shit for men and Fix That Shit for women. By the way, all of these paperbacks are available on Amazon. My 2 audiobooks are Fix That Shit for Women and No More Assholes, and I have several ebook bundle deals. Dating 101 is for the teens, understanding the drives, behaviors, and emotions we call love. I wrote this to be a textbook in high school to help them navigate dating and relationships in a healthy way so that they're not making the same mistakes we did. Fake Love Need Not Apply, how to identify and remove posers, losers, scammers, and predators. This is the free book in the link in my bio if you want to grab that. I also have a free starter guide for singles, free starter guide for couples, free starter guide for males who want to get more female attention. No bingo for you today. These books dive into your mental health and emotional well-being. There's the Glow Up Journal, which is a 60-day journey designed to increase your self-esteem by biohacking your brain with daily writing and doing, guided by me. Say Yes to Goodness, 10 Steps for a Complete and Happy You, helps you elevate your happiness in 10 key areas of your life that affect you mentally and emotionally. Custom Made is career coaching. This is great for your fulfillment. You will identify and monetize your purpose, passion, and talent. This is a workbook 2 writing exercises at the end of every chapter. I also have these 3 workbooks. Again, paperbacks are on Amazon. I want all of them. My love, you will be in good company. So the No More Assholes workbook has bonus material. All these workbooks have bonus material. Fix That Shit for Women workbook and the Fix That Shit for Men workbook. So you can get your workbooks, your paperbacks, your ebook bundle deals, audiobooks, all those in the link in my bio. Don't forget to grab your freebies. Don't forget to check out my Niagara Falls event on October 25th. I'm going to be in person doing a very powerful day with you, starting with some growth, some meditation, ending with a dance party. In between those 2 events, we will also have an open mic, panel discussion, and a preview of a documentary being made about me. It's going to be a special edit cut just for us on that day. So come to the UK for sure. But until I get to the UK, come see me in Canada. So guys, check out all the buttons in the link in my bio. I've got a ton of stuff in there for you. I love helping. I love being here for you. Don't forget, I'm always live Monday to Friday at 10 a.m. Eastern time for minimum 2 hours. As you can see from the amount of time I spend here, I love to give you more. So come back, come with your questions, come with your concerns, come with your desire to make things better in your life, because we're always here to help you with that. I love you, my loves. Ripple, Dio, Diane, Jacqueline, Lori, Wei, Miyagi, Rennie, Danny, Dondra, Kat, Anastasia, Caitlin, Pamela, Egypt, Ren, Lydia, Cage, Bree Sauce, New Social Compact, Pretty Aesthetics, Surviving to Thriving, Mars, Princess Aura, Stars, Shelby, Anne, Samantha, Southern Honey, Melissa, Josie, Jordan, Cynthia, Jenna, Purple Funny Penguin, Lupita, Anxious, Zombified Hero, hello my love, Fizz, E, Lady Miss Stella, Nas, wonderful to see you here. I love you back, Regina, Anastasia. I'll see you tomorrow, my loves. Mwah. Thank you, Maggie.